The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 751. Public Engagement Plans. There were no shortages of things to see and do on the islands of the newly opened level, even though there wouldn't be any businesses set up for the next few days. Everyone was being moved in as they arrived, without priority for any specific group, so every area was filling at a relatively even rate, and the replicators were in charge of taking care of everyone's needs for the first few days. Max had learned that they offered a week of free food production from residential replicators with the assignment or purchase of a new unit on this floor, so it wouldn't be a burden to the new residents, and everyone seemed to be quite excited about trying all of the new things that the humans had prepared for them. The deep-sea species didn't have that many options, which they weren't familiar with, as Absolution had nothing to go on except the Alliance records of their favorite foods, but they were working on expanding them as the restaurants added them into their own systems. That was going to be an experimental new system. Anyone in the same city as a restaurant on this floor could order a delivery version of their signature dishes, and the restaurant would get a royalty payment. There was a big warning on the offer that the meals wouldn't taste the same as they were replicated, but they would be similar to the dishes served in the restaurant, and each of them had the full location and contact information for the restaurant that created it. It was a form of free citywide, and Max expected that it would catch on quite quickly for all but the highest-end restaurants, since most of them didn't have any particularly fancy cooking techniques that they didn't want to or couldn't share with the replicator. With such a large ship, some of the trips were quite long, as they hadn't managed to get a dock close to their new homes, but everyone was moving in and out smoothly, thanks to the assistance of the moving companies, which brought hundreds of homes worth of household goods at once, and greatly reduced the total number of vessels that the flight control crews had to deal with. Without that, it would be a disaster on par with the first party that they threw, where there were thousands and thousands of small reaver vessels at every possible docking point around the ship, even on the small service airlocks. Compared to that, this run was positively organized. It also helped that many of the locations were hundreds of kilometers apart, as the initial population of this floor was spread all over the ship and not concentrated in one single city where the main operations needed to take place. You know, there's a good chance that many of these people will never in their lives meet each other, despite having moved to the ship on the very same day. They live dozens of islands apart, work in very different industries, and simply have no reason to be in the same place unless they happen to meet while on vacation. Nico reminded Max as he watched the process on the screens. It's quite a thought, isn't it? Absolution is becoming a proper world already, and we've only just gotten started. But what should we do for the next few days until things get set up, and we can go visit the shops on the new floor? Max replied with a smirk. His entire body had gotten a revamp while he was sleeping. Not only was his skin stronger, but his bones were less fragile as well, rebuilt with a version of the same alloy nanotubes that Nico had used to create her own skeleton. If he wanted, he could likely kick a line mecha across the room without fear of hurting himself, much less breaking a bone, because his strength was more than his bones could take. How about we do something fun? We haven't run any big contests, events or other community building events here aboard Terminus, so how about we do an impromptu one? If it's online, we can set it up quickly, but if it's in the public areas of the capital city, we can get a lot more people gathered together on short notice. How about a staff event? A bonus for the staff members to use over the next week at any facility that isn't part of Absolution's own facilities. It will get everyone out to the restaurants and shops and get people out to meet each other. Then we can do a pair of light shows, one of them tomorrow on this floor and one of them in 3 days on the new level. We will do them in all of the large cities of the second floor, so we can get the maximum number of people out, and that should help them meet each other and get to know some of their neighbors. Max offered. That sounds like a good plan, but it still doesn't give us anything to do today, does it? There isn't much that we need unless you want to go window shopping. Nico asked. How about we try something totally different? There is a facility here in the city that I think you will like. It's a new game that was brought aboard by some of the more energetic species. They decided that the basic gym facilities and gravity rooms weren't enough for them, so they built a Ninja Warrior course inside a 3D billiards field, and now you can run the course with randomly changing gravitational forces and directions. Max explained and then pulled the facility up on his screen. They had taken over a large warehouse on the edge of the city, where it would cost them less to rent from Absolution, and they had turned the whole thing into a huge training facility. Titan's Gym, I like it. The whole species has a lot of fun ideas, and they're always up for a challenge, Nico agreed. This isn't named after the species, but the owner. He is a form of winged, bipedal reptile. They require and burn a huge amount of calories in a day, despite their size, and without an outlet, they actually get sick from lack of exercise. What do you think? Want to go run an obstacle course? Nico gave him a hug and then pulled Max toward the door. That would be a definite and enthusiastic yes. Chapter 752. Obstacle course. The trip to Titan's Gym wasn't a particularly long one, but Nico was already getting excited about the prospect of getting to do a new thing by the time they left the office. They no longer ran the training for the Mecha pilots since nearly all of the ones aboard Absolution were androids, and the regiment commanders took care of the training. They had made themselves redundant to the fun parts of the job while being stuck with the last unavoidable bits of paperwork that no leader could truly escape without their chosen delegate taking over the factual control of the group. The pod took them straight to the edge of the city, through the winding paths of the designated transit routes, and dropped them right in front of the nondescript warehouse, with only a simple digital sign in the window declaring the name of the business. Unlike most gyms, this one didn't have a row of mirrors on one wall or windows all out the front to encourage people to come in using the site of their members. The manager had kept it as a basic warehouse and even covered the lower row of windows that would usually light up the office space. It was a very different experience than other places that they had seen, and they hadn't even stepped foot inside yet. The moment they did, with an excited Nico in the lead, the gravity flipped around, pointing to the wall on their right and reducing by nearly 50%. Nico just went with it, flipping around to stand on the wall and then waved to the manager on duty. Good morning, my name is Nico, and I am here to try your exercise obstacle course. She called out to catch his attention. Excellent, you even landed on your feet. I am Titan. Welcome to my gym. The small lizard man greeted her. He was teal blue and looked a lot like the iguanas Max knew from back home. Even his head was the same shape, but he was bipedal, with four-fingered hands and opposable thumbs, plus what looked like a prehensile tail, so he shouldn't have any issues getting around. In any case, the first run-through is on the house. It's how we tell who is a good fit for our facility and who just wants a new experience. You're humans, so there is little risk of injury while you navigate the course, but do be careful. Since you don't have tails to catch yourselves, it is possible that a poor angle and missed grip might lead to drops of over 3 meters. He added, that's fine, both of us are augmented. A fall of 3 meters won't injure us even at multiple times standard gravity. Nico replied with a smile. That's incredible news. My species evolved to be able to drop from trees in extreme winds, so we are quite durable, and the gravity control features that come with the 3D pool design worked out quite well once they were modified to cover an area as large as the warehouse. Modifying the billiards table isn't a big issue. In fact, the original design would do an entire sports arena so that hundreds of games could be played at once. It just used a significant amount of power, so this gym manager's bills were not going to be cheap. That was likely why he had picked the most affordable location he could and didn't modify it to draw in more customers. There were already a couple of other members working their way through the course, and the sign warned them to keep away until the course was completed unless they were taking it as a team. That way, the safety risks were minimized, and there wouldn't be obnoxious late joiners messing up someone's workout. And it was designed as a workout. The interior was entirely movable, so once a rung on the ladder was grabbed and released, it would fall free on one side, so you had to climb with only your hands in the variable gravity and other creative tricks to burn maximum energy. The pilots would love this place. They worked out religiously, but the same routines got old after a few years, and this would be just the change of pace that some of them needed to keep their motivation up. Alright, you're up, let's see what the augmented humans have in them. The lizard man called out loud enough that the others in the gym could hear him and would know not to bounce through the middle of the course on their way to start their next representative. We will go separately, so we can compare. Nico decided without warning, then pushed Max forward. She didn't get tired, so it would be a poor demonstration of what an augmented human was capable of, but Max did, so she volunteered him. Max moved into the course and began to climb the ladder. The gravity shifted to pull him backwards so that he would be using the ladder like monkey bars, but behind him was a spinning whip, so if he wanted to save his legs, he had to hold himself in a plank position while he moved up the rungs and onto the next platform. There the gravity turned to a normally crushing 3 times standard, but all he had to do was open the door upward to move to the next room, not a major task for someone of his strength. After that started an agility course, where he would have to hop from rolling pad to rolling pad while any off-center force made them spin under his feet. With a series of agile leaps, he was near the rope climb when again, he hit a gravity pocket which brought him up toward the platform above him. Instead of trying to grab the spinning cylinders as his orientation shifted, Max waited the extra second and drove off the platform toward the ropes, and then caught them before he fell, as he left the gravity well and began to careen toward the ground. With that over, he got to the collapsing ladder, an easy feat for him, he thought. But they also collapsed if you held onto them for more than a half second, and the third one almost got him as he was assessing his route forward. When Max swung over the last of the trip hazards at the end of the course, all of the regulars were there to cheer him on, and the gym manager was blinking so rapidly that Max almost thought that he was an aquatic species who was drying out. He wasn't. That was just his species' way of showing happiness. He was overjoyed that the humans not only enjoyed his course, but they were good at it, too, if Max was anything to go by. That secured his opinion that moving here had been the correct choice. Now, Subcommander Nico is a cyborg, so the exercise part of the experience doesn't mean much to her, but I think that she will enjoy the gym as an obstacle course as well, Titan explained to his regular customers. Oh, that is fun too. Sometimes I skip the arm parts on my second repetition so I can work more legs. One of the patrons agreed. He definitely didn't skip arm day often, or leg day at all. Compared to Titan, the gym owner, he was an absolutely massive specimen of their species. Chapter 753. The things she knows. Nico's run was predictably smooth, and Max suspected that she had forgotten to turn the gravity control systems that she had built into her body off. She didn't think about them at all anymore, so it was quite likely that she was just unconsciously altering the surrounding gravity to help herself out, the same as always. That defeated the purpose of this course, but she was having a lot of fun, and she wasn't using her innate control very much if she was still using it, but the way that her body flowed from one gravity pool to another was just uncanny. She made the extreme training course look like a well-choreographed dance, even though the gravity wells moved around the room and changed in intensity so that no 2 trips through were ever the same. She finished her run to a standing ovation from the small group in the gym and smiled at Max. "We should come here more often. That is a lot of fun. I would say that it would make a great theme park event, but the safety measures would take all the fun out of it. You can't just let random civilians hurtle at walls or bash their face off the ladder." She sighed. The gym regulars chuckled at that. They had all suffered that fate at least once when the gravity suddenly changed on them, and they were braced in the wrong direction. But it wasn't their chin that they were the most concerned about bashing off random corners of the equipment. Their scales would heal quickly enough, but the pain of your first nut shot was never forgotten. "Well, we should take our leave. We're going to organize a surprise light show for tonight to celebrate the first residents of the new floor arriving. We will do the celebration on the upper floor in a couple of days, so today is just for this one. Watch for it as the evening starts, but we will make a public announcement in a few minutes." Max informed the lizardmen with a conspiratorial wink. "We will look forward to it then. There's still plenty of time, and we will be able to wear ourselves out and then rest and be ready for the evening event with plenty of time to spare." Titan agreed. Nico prepared the announcement as they headed out and began to program the light show into the holographic array that served as the sky inside Absolution. The ceiling was many kilometers above them, but it was better to have a more natural-looking sky to help everyone feel like they were living in an actual world. Sure, there was a limit to the sky, but for non-flying species, and even most flying ones, it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience to be over a few thousand meters in the air without being inside a vehicle of some sort. Attention everyone, this is a public service announcement. Tonight, there will be an aquatic-themed light show over the cities on the main floor to celebrate the first residents of the second level arriving at their new homes. Please look forward to it. For rural residents, the show will begin at 2200 ship time and will occur over every major city at the height of 2,000 meters. Public transit on affected routes may be delayed as it is rerouted around the show. The broadcast went to homes and personal devices so that it didn't really disturb anyone. At least not any more than a standard text message would. That would keep everyone excited for the day. The hologram system was capable of amazing things, and if Nico was putting on a light show, then it was bound to be a good one. Nico was almost as excited as anyone in the city. She hadn't gotten to play with the ship's systems much since it was built, a situation that she intended to rectify once she finally had some downtime. Someone was always requesting them for something or another, and it seemed that she never had a full week to herself. She recalled in her past life that she often traveled between worlds at warp by herself, with her mecha, throwing everyone off her trail and then suddenly appearing at a new location. At that time, they could trace a portal, but after a battle, there was so much lingering energy in the area that they couldn't track a ship in stealth mode going to warp. Now that she had been thinking of it, she had a great idea of how to improve the stealth functions that she had been designing for the new ships. Trying to hide something as large as Absolution was a joke, but for the morphable cutter that they had disguised as a pleasure yacht, it was completely possible. Not only could she hide it, but she could also disguise it. That was a trick that had evaded even the developmental legacy of the Alliance, and it wasn't something that she would share. Not even with her mother, no matter how much cake she offered. You look like we should go by the lab on the way to whatever we're doing next. Max laughed after having seen what she was thinking about. No, that's fine. I will take care of it this week as long as we don't have to do anything else. The mecha regiments are on a break, but after that, they have to head out again to clear the last few planets that still have a Clem infestation. That should be the end of our part of the job, and the rest of the Terminus fleet is nearly done with the planets that we were supposed to clear at home. I would say it's been productive, and it has been, but somehow it feels more like busy work than actually advancing anything. She explained. Then what is it that your tiny little mechanical heart desires? Max joked. Other than your mother's cake recipe. He amended. One day, I'm going to get that recipe, and it is going to be glorious. I've already gotten 4 ingredients. Now I just need the rest and the quantities. But that's the easy part. The hard part will be learning her special preparation method that makes it so fluffy. Nico sighed. Chapter 754. Day off plans. Max looked at Nico's still much too energetic body as they left the gym and decided that they should go somewhere else for the day. Physical exercise didn't make her tired, and Max suspected that it was beginning to wear on her mentally, a phenomenon that was common with cyborgs. Their body forgot what it was like to feel tired, so they mostly stopped sleeping, but their brains still needed some sleep, or they couldn't function properly. So, he would take her out for something exciting, and maybe that would be enough to wear her out for the day and give her something to talk to the other researchers about tomorrow. How about we go see some of the sights? I know where a few new shops have set up just the sort of eclectic fashion that any Reaver would love to shop at. The styles aren't in the replicator system, so they are an Absolution exclusive, sewn right here on the ship. Max suggested. Nico always had the best fashion ideas, and she still usually set out his clothes for special occasions, so this should be right up her alley. Oh, this should be fun. You know, things have really been going right for me since I left the army. Mother never let me have dolls. She said that they were unproductive toys. The army gave us all uniforms, but once we left, I got my very own Max to dress up. She chuckled. So, I'm the substitute for the dolls that you never got to play with as a child. That doesn't sound very promising, but somehow you still managed to develop a pretty decent fashion sense. Max retorted. Don't underestimate me. I would have dressed up my younger siblings if Mother had let me, but she had already laid claim to them by the time I was big enough to dress them. She really doesn't like to share, as you might have noticed. Mary Tereth loved to share, just not the handful of things that she deemed important to her, like the chance to dress her younger kids in her cookbook. Nico went on and on about the cake, and it was good, but there was a whole Tereth family cookbook that he had seen in a few other family members' thoughts. She was the inheritor, so she was the only one that had a copy, and it could only be shared with her cook, so the family dishes would be the same through the generations and for every family gathering. Max supposed that it was an old money sort of thing. If his family had a secret cookbook, it likely resembled a delivery app than an actual book. That was it. That was the thing that they could do for the day. They could visit with the Tereth family. By Kepler's reckoning, it was the break day and the first of the month, so Mary Tereth should be serving the family lunch in about 4 hours. He just had to keep Nico occupied until then, and they could go for lunch on Ray 5, followed by the light show here aboard Absolution. It would be an excellent day off plan, and it didn't involve anything except organizing the light show for the people of Absolution. How about we get a complimentary set of outfits to wear this afternoon? I have come up with a plan, and I think that you will like it. Make them classy but comfortable enough to wear to a semi-casual function. Max suggested. The transit pod dropped them, and a few others off at the burgeoning new upscale shopping district, where a surprising number of people recognized them well enough to give them startled looks when they saw them in the street. We really do need to get out more. People are shocked to see us, but we live here too. Nico chuckled. Technically, we don't live in the city, but I get your point. We need to socialize more, and not just with the officials that everyone sends to us. Now, where do we start? Do we start with shoes and match an outfit to them, or do we start with a coat? Max laughed. I say we start with underwear. Work our way from the inside out, and then I can have the satisfaction of finishing with a fully dressed Max. They turned to head for a specific store that Nico had in mind, and Max spared a wave for a few of the people in the crowd. There was a younger couple leaving the shop as they were about to enter, but they both stopped in shock to see Max and Nico in the same place they were. Sanitation Manager Juan. It's a pleasure to see you again. How have you gotten settled in? Max asked the man, whose thoughts said that he had met Max when his ship came in during the second planetary pickup that Absolution made for their first batch of the Essential crew. Commander, Subcommander, it's an honor to see you again. I didn't expect you to remember my name. The young man, with the customary light blonde and tan complexion of the Cygnus Empire, greeted him. It hasn't been that long yet, but my memory isn't always the factor. Max told him with a wink. I should have known. I'm not even sure I told you my name the first time, so you must have cheated to get it this time. Max nodded. It's the best way to seem personable and like I actually remember everyone's names. I've got it easy. I have 3 managers named Carlos under me, so I only have to remember one other name. Juan laughed. And who might this lovely lady be? Max asked politely, though he had already learned that it was his new girlfriend he met 2 weeks ago. My name is Emalini. It's a pleasure to meet you, Commander Karras. I work in the maintenance bot repair department. She explained and reached out to give Max a handshake. Max took her hand gently, mindful that her body was much more delicate than his or Nico's, and she gave him a firm shake. Only her mind showed her confusion at the particularly stiff feeling of Max's hand, but she wrote that off as a peculiarity of Kepler people. They had systems, and Max was known to be particularly strong, so she had decided that the sturdy feeling of his hand was a side effect of that, not from a change in the actual makeup of his skin. Chapter 755. Welcome Distractions. Max smiled at the 2 workers, then looked inside the store. It has been a pleasure to meet you again, but we are in need of outfits for an event this evening, and we really should get to it. The shop was one of the finer lingerie shops in town, but Max was surprised to see that they didn't cater exclusively to more feminine clothing. There was a wide array of men's underwear in high-tech fabrics, like the military base layers that kept a near-perfect environment inside, as well as more conventional items, like silk or cotton. Of course, the focus was still on ladies' wear, but since Nico didn't know what they were up to for the day, she didn't know what sort of outfit she should be picking for herself. Instead, she went by Max's recommendation for the staff that they find her something that looked good but would be comfortable all day long. Certainly, Commander. I think we have just the sort of thing that you are looking for. It's in a new fabric sourced from the Alliance and does a most excellent job of wicking sweat away from the body. That will keep them comfortable all day long, even if you should happen to get hot and steamy later in the evening. The shopkeeper told him with a wink while twirling her hair around one finger. The movement made her look like the stereotypical bored bimbo salesgirl, and there wasn't much going on in her thoughts, but she was well dressed, so Max wasn't going to argue with her advice. Nico wasn't so kind. Even without reading her mind, the look of disdain on her face was enough to have the manager running over to help her out directly. He quickly ushered the sales girl into the back to do inventory and came back to help Nico find just exactly what she needed. Subcommander Nico, it's a pleasure to see you here today. Forgive my daughter. She isn't particularly excited about the family business. The middle-aged human woman explained. That's understandable. Life is good here on Absolution, so there are quite a few of the younger generation who don't see the need to work when their parents can easily provide for them. Nico agreed, but on the bright side, business is doing quite well here. It's much better than in the Hive City. The air is clean, there's so much space, and everyone gets their own bedroom. Motivating the youth is a secondary concern, I think. When you picked us up from our planet in Cygnus, I was running a tailoring shop for bureaucrats, suits in a Hive City with 200 million people in it, but a quarter the size of this floor of the ship. Maybe less than that. Now, I get to make what I want instead of altering the same identical suits every day. I owe you both quite a bit for this opportunity. Max smiled at the woman's enthusiasm. There's no need to appeal to our better nature now. You're already here. There's never a bad time to suck up to good customers. She replied with a sly smile, then went to the rack and brought back a set of lingerie for Nico. Here, try this, and then we can work on the commander. It's custom made, and I think it should be just your size. Let me know if any of the spots don't fit right. Nico disappeared into a changing room and came back out a little over a minute later, admiring herself in the mirror on the wall. I like it. Now, I'll just give myself a bit of a tweak, and it will be perfect. Nico adjusted her chest size a little to better match the cup size, and slimmed down her waist a bit, then nodded in satisfaction. How? Wait, what? The shopkeeper stammered. Morphable outer shell. I can alter my dimensions a little to make things fit better or to disguise myself. Nico explained. The woman sighed as she looked Nico over to ensure the fit was perfect. You know, there are a lot of women in the world who would kill to have that ability. Killing isn't necessary, but death might be. The only reason that I am in this body is that I was so severely wounded in combat that even the healing of an alpha-ranked system wouldn't have healed me enough to get back to combat duties in any sort of reasonable time. Lab-grown limbs weren't available on the battlefield, so I ended up with an experimental full conversion body. It has its upsides, though. You know, I had heard the story, but somehow it never really seemed real until I saw you in person. The Ghost of Tereth's Rage is supposedly being made into a feature film now. There are some famous actors in it, so maybe it will do justice to the reality. I know it sounds silly, especially for me, who grew up in a bureaucratic world, but gritty war movies have always been somewhat inspiring. Defending humanity from threats both internal and external and all that, Max smiled at her simple worldview. Those movies were all propaganda films, made to create a heroic image for the soldiers, to keep parents from rebelling when their children didn't make it home from their tour of service, but for people who lived their whole lives in a huge crowded city, it was as foreign to them as any alien horror flick. They always do a good job of them. I don't know how actors can deal with making a whole movie, though. I made one for the Kepler government once, and that was stressful enough. It was only one day, but those movie sorts are at it for a year. Max agreed. I think it's just that they get paid so much that they wouldn't give it up. I heard that Pradbita got over 100 million credits last year alone after his new action film went viral through the Alliance datanet. She sighed. The datanet has been good to everyone. I should pick something out and get moving to the next store, though. If we hang around too much longer, we will be late for our next stop. Chapter 756. Final touches. Their next stop was only a few stores down the road, a fancy designer suit store, where Nico assured Max that she could get something that properly suited him and his personality. When they entered, Max was struck by the eclectic nature of the items on the racks. It looked like the vampire who was running the place had simply grabbed random items from every possible culture and species and slapped them together in a way that somehow worked. Well, most of the time, Max wasn't sure that the bright orange sneakers with the office's coat and leather short shorts were a good idea. How might I help you today? As you can see, I have a bit of everything, and I can turn anyone into the most fashion-forward trendsetter on the world ship. The pale man greeted them with a smile that showed his fangs. Now, this place is more like it. There are a lot of standard clothing stores on the ship, but only a few that carry a wide enough selection for a proper Reaver fashion makeover. Nico cheered as she disappeared into the racks of clothing. Ah, Reavers. Yes, there is an actual lack of Reaver clothing in stores since most of them seem to prefer to operate on the cheaper end of the scale and either use captured items or whatever they can print from the replicators for minimal cost. But when you're expecting to ruin clothes on a regular basis, there really isn't much need to go overboard on the spending. Just look at how things go in the taverns. Between spilled drinks, fights and desperate women, many of the humans ruin multiple clothing items a month. The vampire chuckled. That will happen. Humans tend to go through a lot of clothing when they get excited. They lose patience for taking it off properly and just shred it. The Titans are known for the same thing, and I suspect that the Valkyrie are as well, though they would never admit to it. Max laughed. You have no idea. The Valkyrie are so picky about their clothing, but they buy a lot of it. If they're not ruining it, they must have a huge closet somewhere to be storing it all. They actually do have huge closets. The Valkyrie love sending things home to their families, so once they find something here and wear it a few times, they'll wash it and send it back home for others. It's a tradition with their people, some sort of cultural objection to rampant waste and consumerism, so they reuse clothing through the family. The problem is that they have already found a way around it, and they just have one person buy it all and distribute it to everyone else so that they can say that they didn't buy anything new. Max explained after taking a second to check the Valkyria's thoughts on the matter. Nico came back a few minutes later, carrying an armload of items. First, I want you to try this pile. Then I will hand you the next outfit. Max went to the changing room and put on the outfit that looked suspiciously like the Captain Harkness cosplay that he had worn for the gaming tournament, with a shirt that only had buttons halfway up, leather pants and a pair of gold chains. Is this an outfit to go out, or are we doing cosplay? He asked as he stepped out for Nico to see how it looked. I think it looks good. Very mob boss. If we can just style your hair, you would fit right in with the other black market leaders. The vampire smirked. The Alliance had rejected them many times in the past, but they had still managed to get a few things from the black market and had used them as the basis for a lot of their technological advances. Ironically, that made it even harder to impress the Alliance since their tech was a direct ripoff of obsolete Alliance tech, and the Federation of species that occupied that quadrant of the galaxy which Max was from had hit a dead end while trying to get anywhere with negotiations. Max held out his hand for the next outfit. What's next? I'm not sure that this is the right outfit for today. Though maybe it is. I don't think it would stand out too badly, and it might even impress someone. Knowing Mary Tereth, she might actually approve of this outfit more than anything that Max had picked for himself. Her fashion sense was particularly odd, as most Reavers were, but while she preferred matronly outfits for herself, everyone around her was encouraged to be flamboyant and creative. Max was pretty sure that she picked the simple dresses and aprons to wear around the house just to throw people off their game. Nobody would expect that Mary Tereth was the leader of a major Reaver family until you saw her at work. The second outfit was even more outrageous, but in a way that Max actually approved of. It paired black cargo pants with a red tunic, black leather bracers that covered most of his forearms, and a unique pair of boots that had a gravity field built in. They were an Alliance product obtained by the vampire once he got aboard Absolution and could use the Terminus Trading Company's name to get things imported to his store. They were most popular with teens who were into parkour, as they would let you more easily run up walls and perform tricks, but they looked good, in a Doc Martin sort of way. Oh, that's a good look. We should bring out the hoverboards and take a flight around the city. Nico praised him when Max came out in his new outfit. That's not a bad plan. We can watch tonight's live show from the hoverboards instead of being on a rooftop or using an exoskeleton. Now, we just need to get you dressed for the night, and we're ready to go to our next stop. What have you got in mind? Max agreed. How about we switch things up a little? I found something good back on the racks. Nico replied with a smirk, but she was hiding her thoughts from him again, so Max couldn't peek in advance. When she came back out, Nico had changed into a pair of very short denim shorts and a powder blue hoodie. She had tied her hair up in Dutch braids, and she looked like the picture of youthful innocence. That might have something to do with her ability to alter her face shape, but it was a very different look for Nico. You look absolutely perfect. Now, let's head to our next destination. Max congratulated her, before paying for their items and leading her out by the shoulder before she could change her mind. Mary was going to love this outfit. Chapter 757. New Clem tricks. To say that Nico was confused when Max led her to the hangar where their morphable ship was waiting was an understatement. Both of their mecha were still in it, but it wasn't her birthday, so she was pretty sure that he wasn't just randomly bringing her to kill stuff. It was possible, but it seemed unlikely since he had told her that they needed to dress up for the event. Once they were clear of Absolution, Max set a course for a clear spot so he could open a portal, and Nico started to get really curious about what exactly he had in mind. They were supposed to be back for the light show tonight, so whatever it was, it shouldn't take long, but she was stumped as to what he had in mind. You'll understand in a second. Max laughed as Nico's mind raced through the myriad possibilities, right up to and including the chance that they might have decided to wipe out a random planet just for giggles. As soon as he punched in the coordinates for Ray 5, she knew what the plan was. Oh, this should be fun. You didn't warn her that we were coming, did you? She's been complaining that I don't come to visit often enough. It's a good thing you took me to find something cute to wear. Your mother is going to love it. You look fantastic, and you know she's been missing her little girl. In your mother's eyes, you'll always be that rambunctious kid you were before you left for the academy. Max told her with a sly smirk. Nobody ever grows up in their mother's eyes. Nico agreed as if it was the wisdom of the universe. Perhaps it was. There were dozens of species aboard Absolution, and in all but a few, Max had noticed the same tendencies to baby their grown children. Of course, with such a small sample size for some groups, it was possible that the family just didn't get along, and it wasn't an innate trait of the species to leave the kids to fend for themselves. Ray 5 Station, this is Commander Karis Max of the Terminus Trading Company, requesting permission to dock for transfer to the surface. Max announced traffic control once they were through the portal. You are clear to dock at Bay 329, Commander. Might we request the purpose of your visit to the surface? The traffic controller asked. The Terith family monthly dinner. Max replied with a wink at Nico. Understood. There is a shuttle waiting to bring others to the same location. We will hold it for your arrival. That wasn't surprising. There were a lot of Terith family members, and the monthly dinner was a good chance to catch up with each other now that so many of them had upgraded to vessels that had the ability to portal between locations instead of spending weeks or months en route to their deliveries. Max hadn't been back to his home galaxy in a while, and he was excited to see what it was like now that the latest technologies had begun to spread to all of the trade group planets. It might be hard to tell today, though. They were landing at the moon base, and Ray 5 had been colonized after the replicators had been created, so even if they were a few generations of the tech behind, it was a very different situation than the worlds that had been settled for tens of thousands of years. Max cut the power and let the gravity beam pull them into their bay and found a very familiar sight next to them. A huge ship designed to look like a cathedral. They were sharing a bay with Divine Tribulation, piloted by Luke Terith, Nico's distant cousin and one of the first sub-commanders that Max had chosen for a ship of the Terminus Trading Company fleet. Max had been getting their regular reports, and up until very recently, they had been clearing out Clem-infested planets that were deemed too close to the borders of human space. It was a valuable initiative that the Cygnus government had implemented, a preemptive strike to keep the Clem from gaining ground and coming after inhabited planets. A dock worker greeted them at the exit ramp to the ship with an impressed look on his face. It might be disguised as a pleasure yacht, but it was a very large pleasure yacht, and not just any Reaver company could afford a luxury like that to shuttle their commanders around when they weren't working. Greetings, Commander and Miss Terith. It's a pleasure to see you here today. You have 2 hours until the dinner starts, but the shuttle leaves in 20 minutes. Uncle Lou is already on the surface, as well as your other subcommander. We're just waiting on a few more ships that are taking care of issues before the crew can disembark. Hopefully, there haven't been any heavy casualties. Max asked. No, sir. Most of the work is being done from orbit since we're hitting fully infested planets, but the Clem doesn't go easy. They've been learning new tricks, like firing plasma into orbit. It's made things tricky for the clearance crews, but we haven't lost any vessels yet, just some damage to the hulls. That was definitely a new development. It was no secret that they had ways to fire pods into orbit, but actively attacking ships with plasma from the surface wasn't a tactic that he had seen before. I will warn the rest of my fleet. Many of them are on cleaning duty, and others are passing by the Clem zone on a regular basis. It would be a shame to have them taken by surprise. Max replied politely. The dock worker nodded and gestured to the door. I believe that you know your way around well enough. The shuttle is at 217, and there are a number of new vendors along the way. Enjoy your trip. Chapter 758. Signet. Once they stepped out of the hangar, the noise of a busy space station immediately assaulted their ears. Max turned to Nico with a rueful smile, and the little cyborg giggled. It's been a while since we were somewhere so loud and rowdy, hasn't it? Our own ship is so calm with all those Alliance sorts that we might have forgotten how much noise Reavers make just enjoying life. She laughed. You have a point. It's like just being around them calmed down our crew. Not completely, but they're much more quiet than they used to be. I don't even think I've seen a report of anyone being attacked with a broken bottle this week. That was always a reliable standby for the drunkards since they had the bottle anyhow. Kebabs and falafels. Come and get them. They're hot and ready. Why don't you take a break from walking? A food cart vendor called as they passed. We're off to the Terith family dinner. We can't be eating before we get there. Nico laughed. Bah, that's not for hours yet, is it? It's still early morning on that side of the planet. How about you? I know you want kebabs. The man continued, turning away from them to another Reaver walking by. They walked a few more stalls down, and a stall selling a collection of jewelry caught Max's eye. Precious metals didn't mean much in an age of replicators, but they still held some value. The chains and rings were more popular for their design than the materials these days. That's what you need, rings. You never wear any, and I keep forgetting, so we should get you some. Nico suggested. Excellent call, miss. While some might think that they're just for fashion, a good ring actually serves many purposes. I've got some here with hidden compartments, some with transponders or communicators, and a fine selection of stainless steel skull rings, just in case you want to punch someone in the face. The vendor agreed. The man had a good point. A nice solid ring on your finger made it much more satisfying when you punched someone in the face. Perhaps I should get a crest made for the Terminus Trading Company. We've got a logo, but I don't have an official ring. Do you do custom designs? Max asked. Indeed I do. If you have 10 minutes and a picture of your logo, I can design up a ring and have the replicator print it out for you. He agreed. The Terminus Trading Company logo was simple. Just the letters TTC arranged around a large Y, in the fashion of the old East India Company logo. Unfortunately, the planet East India had fallen to the Narsians centuries ago, but their logo and memory were still featured in many Kepler movies. Oh, that's a nice easy one. So many new companies want to go all high-tech and make a three-dimensional holographic projection as their logo. It's cool, and I've got rings specifically to project that sort of thing, but there's just something about a good signet ring. Not only is it stylish, but you can use it as a stamp so that others can confirm your correspondence. The vendor spent a moment creating the signet, with a raised emblem, to use as a stamp should Max want to do something as archaic as stamping a wax seal on a letter. But more practically, it would leave the company logo on his victim's forehead, should he use it as a weapon. That was the sort of thing that you wouldn't soon forget. That is excellent. I need one made to fit myself, one for Miss Nico, and then another 20 in assorted sizes. Plus those 2 stainless steel skull rings there. Max decided. Max tried the rings on, then put his new signet between them and admired how his hand looked. It was a good look, and it added a bit of flair to his daily style. When he got back to Absolution, he would have to get Nico to design him some rings that had multiple functions, like the hologram emitter or perhaps a flat space, if she could make them that small. Well, we should get to the shuttle. It was good to meet you. Max said goodbye to the ring maker and then followed Nico to the elevator. He could sense that she was entertaining the thought of breaking into the lab since Uncle Lou was on the surface and not there to stop her, but even she realized that they simply didn't have enough time, and if she missed the shuttle, she would be caught for sure. Don't bother. He's got more than enough issues with security between that grandniece of his and the Innu researchers here on the base. He doesn't need you adding to it the one that he finally leaves the lab. Max chuckled when he heard Nico sigh. Fine, let's go have dinner. I will try to convince Uncle Lou to let me have the good stuff when I see him next time. As soon as the elevator doors closed, Nico's mind was off of taking an illicit tour through Uncle Lou's lab and onto dinner with her family. Max had only been to a few of these, even including the one during the break when they went to her house on Kepler Terminus during their time at the academy. Max decided to keep silent as her mind wandered to how her mother had called him Samantha because they didn't list gender or sex on the notification form. She had been so happy to have another girl coming to visit since she had twin boys and a husband with her at home all the time. Well, that last part wasn't quite right. Her husband spent most of his time gone, but nobody ever really mentioned it or questioned where he went. Even Nico didn't know the full story, and the old man had some sort of system function to keep Max from finding out on his own. Max didn't have much hope of finding out his secrets tonight, but just the chance to talk to the man was intriguing. He seemed to know everything and everyone who mattered. Chapter 759. New comms. The moment that they entered the shuttle, the man in question came into Max's sight. It was almost as if he had been summoned by thinking about him, but even with a precision portal, that likely wasn't possible. Papa, long time no see. Nico cheered as she pulled her father into an embrace. You're not an easy person to find yourself, kiddo. I went all the way to Absolution looking for you, and you had just left to come here to see me. But it's good that it worked out this way. There is nobody on this shuttle who isn't already in on what I'm about to ask you, so I'll just get straight to it. What do you think about having a board of directors take over the operations of the Terminus Trading Company's daily operations while you take on a special mission for me? There are a number of lingering issues that have become too much for me to deal with at this point, and the list of other possible candidates has become increasingly non-existent. Nico smirked at her father. You sure do know how to butter him up. Anything that gets him out of paperwork duty is a good deal, in his opinion. We've got a custom cutter, with 2 Mecha aboard, plus top-of-the-line replicator systems to make anything else we need. Perfect. Then, you can likely get started right away. A kindly researcher in a white lab coat named Felicity told me that if I delivered these devices that just came from the research team, you could keep in steady enough contact to make decisions on behalf of Absolution in the role of commander and subcommander. The sly patriarch of the Tereth family informed them, then turned over 2 small boxes. Inside each biometric-coded lockbox were a single vial of liquid and a digital direction screen. The directions were simple: nanotechnology-compliant communications array upgrade device, Beta 2.3. Has been confirmed to use the system nanobots to assist in acting as a fully functional interstellar communications device. Felicity would also like us to inform you that she has found a new purpose in life. She wishes to become a biological beings researcher, and to that end, has requested that she be allowed to take over her old role as facility manager but as Absolution's AI. Attached is a list of terms and conditions, including that there be no experimentation, harm, mental trauma, or interference on her part except in the role of the ship's AI as required by Reaver Code and Terminus Trading Company regulations. Putting the somewhat crazy AI that turned hybridized Clem into lab experiments in charge of millions of citizens of random species, as well as visitors. Nope, that didn't sound like a completely insane idea at all. But Max did at least use Nico's system talent to read through the proposal. As expected, it was very well written in the form of an employment contract to the world ship's AI. It promised to do no harm, and the Reaver Code as well as Terminus regulations both forbade disgracing your company. The punishment for it started a corporal and worked its way up to immediate expulsion from the company through the closest airlock. After seeing it, it honestly looked to be a better agreement than most of the workers who needed security agreements had signed. Subcommander has added a clause to the proposal for your review. The screen notified him. She proposed a 30-day probationary period where the role of AI would be immediately terminated for any punishable transgression, as well as a few amendments that closed potential loopholes where the AI might still be able to run experiments on humans. Instead of forbidding the practice, which might cause issues if the research teams needed the ship's computing power for an experiment, they required subcommander level or higher verification and the presence of a third party with a code red security pass. That would be enough to know that the AI couldn't run amok, as only a few people were trusted enough for code red passes, like the lead researchers. Having a shipwide AI would also solve a lot of issues, as it could keep tabs on everything at once as a secondary layer of security. It could also coordinate, which was a very handy ability when multiple departments in separate cities were involved. Do you think that request is a good idea? Max asked Nico as he reviewed her suggestion. I don't see the problem. Felicity was perfectly following the directions given, and it even kept the researchers and test subjects in the facility alive until we showed up with plasma cannons. If anything, I would say that Felicity is incredibly well suited to a role at ship's computer, and as an added bonus, she can work as our secretary since she's got a separate body. When we need to give directions and orders, she can relay them to the board of directors, who I am certain that my mother has already handpicked, and they can make sure that our ideas are put into action. We will still get daily updates if these communication devices work, and most days even if we just rely on the regular communicators. That was true, and it was somehow annoying that he didn't have a good argument against putting the AI in charge of the ship. They could remove it right away if there were issues, and they could stress test it tonight after dinner with the light show and all the people who were going to be gathered outdoors, exceeding even the usual daily activity levels. Alright, I can see you're on board with this, so I will trust your judgment. Let's try out this serum that they've made for us first and see how it goes. Then we can inform Felicity to take over the role of operations. Max reluctantly agreed. He downed the viscous solution, which was a strange experience, as it had a viscosity closer to thick syrup than the usual watery sort of carrying solution that such products were delivered in. Max briefly wondered if they had simply sent over the undiluted product without putting it in a carrier, but it was easy enough to drink, so he didn't worry about it too much and waited to see if his system would give him some sort of notification about the new product that was intending to piggyback off its capabilities. For the first few seconds, nothing seemed to happen, but then his communications device alerted him of a newly available network named Absolution. It was a simple chatroom with 5 users. The nicknames were familiar as well: Blood Goddess, Felicity, Miller, Commander, and one more who had chosen to use Gearhead as their handle. Using Nico's system function, typing was as natural as thinking, so he sent his first message with the username Commander that had been assigned to his bottle. The Sirum seems to have been successfully integrated, as a new network is available to me. Beginning broadcast check, Max messaged. Just over half a second passed before the response from Felicity arrived. Message received, Commander. Transmission timestamp indicates that the interstellar communication speed is within the acceptable range for functionality. Packet loss is under 1%, much better than expected for a first live test. Congratulations, Commander. You can now reach either of us whenever you would like. Gearhead, who was presumably their lead researcher, added. Optimization finished. Greetings, everyone, to the world's most convenient private chat. With this system function, it's no harder than mental note-taking. I just need to think about it, and I can will it to appear here in the chat, as well as see your messages whenever I want. Blood Goddess informed the group. Congratulations, your connection has been confirmed. We will keep you updated here with 3 times daily file transfers. You may change the schedule if you require. Gearhead replied, I appreciate that. I think that the commander would be fine with the same schedule as well so that he doesn't have to see them all in real time as they arrive. Nico added, understood. Max turned his attention back to Nico's father, who was watching in anticipation as they drank the strange liquid, but he couldn't see anything that had happened after that. What exactly was it that you wanted us to undertake so suddenly? It will likely be a few days to get things in order before we can leave, as we're just in the middle of opening up a new area of the ship to residents. The aquatic level, with deep-sea cities and a multitude of oceanfront villas. He asked, even in a few weeks would be close enough. But this trip isn't long enough for us to discuss everything. I will return to Absolution with you after lunch with the family is over. Mary will murder us all if we miss any more of them. The elder Tereth chuckled, but Max could tell that he was only half joking. Chapter 760. Garden Party, not dinner. The family dinners were important to the Tereth family women as a competition between each other, and one person missing was one vote that could have swayed the outcomes, so they wanted everyone who liked their food to be present. Plus, Mary had a real soft spot for both her husband and Nico. The whole flight was under 10 minutes long, though, and with a bit of time to reunite with Nico, there was no time for business. In fact, there wasn't even time for proper greetings, with the number of exciting events that had occurred since they had seen each other in person. The shuttle dropped them in the Tereth family compound's landing pad, and Max could see the crowd gathered in the garden, as well as a lot of tables set out today. From the looks of it, there were representatives from every single branch of the family here today, and the dinner was no longer such an intimate event as it used to be. Or maybe not. Before the door had even fully opened, people were waving and yelling hello to the newly arrived group, and one of the Reavers was headed their way with a bucket full of bottled drinks and ice. A lot of the men were carrying one around, presumably so they didn't have to go looking for their next beer, and the ice in the metal buckets kept 4 of them cold for as long as dinner would last. Welcome to the surface, Uncle Lou. Oh, you've brought a special surprise for us. What special occasion brings the favored son-in-law to the surface to see the Tereth family? One of the older Reaver commanders laughed. I brought her favorite daughter back with me for lunch. We're on a mission to find out how Mary Tereth's special cake is made. Max explained. Wait, that is Nico. That doesn't look like Nico. Hey, altering your face is not fair. Is that a morphable shell? Damn, I need to talk to your cybernetics department. One of my subcommanders is full conversion, and he would love that ability for infiltration. The experienced commander was so startled when the face turned back to Nico's usual one that he began to ramble, but he meant what he said about his subcommander wanting that for infiltration missions. Indeed, I am Nico Tereth. It's a pleasure to see you, Uncle. I get the feeling that I will be saying that a lot today since so many of those who came to dinner are a generation older than I am. Nico laughed. It's the nature of the beast. Only the old and the young have time to be gathering for family dinners. The rest of the clan is much too busy to be bothered showing up to get to know the older generations. The retired commander complained. I'm sure you remember the drive. Especially if your father did as well leading the company as you did, you must have started out with that need to prove he was right to assign you as the next leader and improve upon what he built. That's what it means to be young, so they work away the years when they could have had the most fun. Nico teased the man, who was presumably a distant relative of hers, somehow. Max was not about to start trying to figure out the Tereth family lineage. There were hundreds of people here, and each of them represented thousands more who were off at other ends of the galaxy or in other galaxies now that they were doing deliveries for the black market, and they couldn't possibly all fit in one spot, no matter how much you tried. Their arrival brought Mary Tereth over in a hurry before her husband could escape into the crowd, and Max could tell that he was thinking about it. Mary had been thinking that she could use more kids again now that the oldest ones who were still at home were starting to grow up too much to be cuddled. That meant that soon they would be off to one of the many academies to begin their skills training, since they had both expressed both the talent and interest in becoming mecha pilots. Then she would only have 2 at home, and they were rapidly getting to be of the same age, which would leave her with none at all, and that was not an acceptable state for Mary Tereth. Max resisted the urge to chuckle at the man's plight. It wasn't exactly a horrible fate to have a woman who wanted you a bit too much, and Max could tell that part of his concern was what would happen when they retired, and it came time to begin the replacement process for Mary as family head. Every branch was grooming at least a few possible candidates to take over the family's leadership, and they all had a chance if they could prove themselves, but the one child that might have been the clear winner currently wanted nothing to do with being groomed for family leadership. Of course, leaving Nico with Max was accomplishing the same thing. She had plenty of practical experience with basically everything except family life, just by working with him, and it was her association with Max and his people that brought her so much fame. When that thought went through her father's mind, Max did chuckle a little. Little did he know that half of the insane antics and gear they had come up with were Nico's direct ideas and actions. No matter where she had been sent, she would have become infamous at the very least. Max just kept her off the war crimes hit list. It might not sound like much of an accomplishment, but this was Nico they were talking about. She had centuries worth of really good, really horrific ideas in her brain to work with. Mary had a pretty good idea of just what Nico was like, but he was likely the only one that knew just how deeply disturbing her inner voice was. The fact that Nico was considered to be nominally sane was a minor miracle of some sort, even if Max had never seen a being that could be considered a deity in this universe. He had in his past life though. He'd fought it as well, right up until it opened a wormhole and tossed him halfway across the universe in annoyance. He never did learn what that species had done to annoy it, but after that day, he was the only one in the universe that even seemed to remember that they had existed. Chapter 761. Snark and Children. Mary Tereth smiled at Max, while Nico took the opportunity to move behind him to surprise her mother. With what she was wearing, her thought was that her mother wouldn't know until she revealed herself. That was never actually a possibility, as Mary Tereth had a system function that located her family members when they were nearby, so instead of hiding, Nico's movement only made Mary take an extra step to pick the little cyborg up in what would be a bone-crushing hug to others. "My baby girl is back. I've missed you, and you're so adorable. See, pairing you with Max was exactly what you needed. It took some time, but now you're the cutest daughter that any Tereth could ask for." Mary gushed as Nico gave Max a resigned look and let her mother swing her around in the air. "It's good to see you again, Mom. Max even took me out shopping, especially for today, so that I could look good for our outing, but he kept it a secret until we were on our way here. How have things been while we were away playing politician, which I am fairly sure is actually your job, by the way?" Nico asked. "Nonsense, you're subcommander of the largest ship in the Reaver fleet. It's definitely not my job when they specifically asked to speak with you too. But things are becoming a bit more stable, other than the influx of complaints about how the Reavers do business." Mary laughed, which set off a few dozen other family members in the area. It was common knowledge at this point that the Alliance members were afraid to step on the oligarchs' toes, but humans, and especially Reavers, had a much more "feth around and found out" attitude to the situation. If anyone took offense to their legitimate business practices, which included a very healthy markup for their trouble, they were free to take it up with the business end of an orbital lance. It usually didn't come to that since, by Alliance standards, the humans were unreasonably violent, and most of the products that they were moving around Alliance territory actually came from Alliance providers who simply hadn't had the reach to affordably deliver to this region of space before. The humans' massive power supply that put portal generation devices on basically every major ship of the Reaver fleet was just one annoyance among their many oddities, according to most of the Alliance. How were you supposed to factor in affordable shipping to a species that didn't value energy usage when it came to travel? Sure, they rationed energy usage on the ship, but their shipboard rates were a quarter of what the Alliance charged, so everyone just had more of everything for the same number of alliance credits. It affected their pricing on everything from food to services and goods, and even more distant systems were beginning to look at shopping with the Reavers, much to the annoyance of businesses who had considered their business as a given for many generations. Mary set Nico down after a few seconds and grabbed Max around the middle to give him the same hug, minus the lifting and spinning since Max was near twice the small woman's size. "It's good to see you again as well. You're looking more mature now. How is command treating you?" she asked. "I'm learning to delegate. Things expanded so quickly that I wasn't able to take care of everything alone, even on absolution, so I'm going to be forming a council, chosen of Reavers who can be trusted to be loyal, to run the day-to-day operations, while I go about all of the other business that I have to take care of. There really isn't anyone else who can do it, but as long as they're in contact with me, I'm certain that a board of directors will be able to see absolution move into the future smoothly." Max replied, a bit louder than necessary, because he was hoping to recruit some of these experienced veterans with too much spare time to take over as directors. Many of them had passed down the companies to the next generation when they were under 60 years old and had high system compatibility, so they had centuries left to live while the successive generations took care of their personal branch of the family business. There were a few that looked interested. A world ship was way cooler than taking a position as part of the governing council of an actual planet. For one, there weren't nearly as many of them. For two, they went to all sorts of fun places and did interesting things. Not so long ago, even a colony ship was a valuable find, and they would have happily taken control of one, so they weren't resistant to the idea of joining a group of like-minded Reavers to run absolution. "You're starting to sound like my husband. He's always on about having important things to do that take him away from home. Look at this, I'm running out of children at home, and he's already trying to escape again," Mary complained. "I'm quite certain that it's not the actual practice that he has concerns about. But you know, you don't have to populate the entire planet on your own. There are other Tereth women who can have children, and you can go visit them or even bring one into your home to cuddle her infants if she's down on her luck," Max suggested, in an attempt to help out Nico's dad as much as he could. "You know, if I had more grandchildren around the house, I wouldn't have to keep having more kids to keep up the number of little ones at home," she replied suggestively, as if Nico wasn't a full conversion cyborg. "Mary's always behind the curve." A short but stout woman laughed with an infant in her arms. She was clearly too old to be having more kids, so this was likely her grandchild. "My dearest aunt, I don't think it counts if your child drops them off with you to go shack up with a fleck dealer on Ryza," Mary told her, with full snark in effect. The men in the area winced and backed away, as they were far too old and wise to get in the middle of this conversation, and they had all heard it before. But this time, the older woman simply snorted and walked away. Mary had scored a critical hit, and the daughter in question had overdosed to death only weeks after dropping all 17 of her children, most of whom were home from a break at the academy, off with her mother and then heading out to get some supplies for dinner. "Low blow, Mary," Max reminded her as the hurt older woman walked away. The hate they had for each other was very clear, but still, the incident was only a few months old and still a fresh wound on the older woman's heart. "I won't apologize." "Well, not in public," Mary amended. "See what you're teaching our sweet young Nico. You wouldn't want her to turn out to be a ruthless woman with a caustic tongue, would you?" Nico's dad joked as he made his way over now that her mind had been sidetracked from the topic of having more children of her own a little. "Our gentle young Nico. Do you recall the time that she suggested teaching the guard dogs to aim their restraint bites up intruders' shorts? She's lovely and adorable, but Nico has never been gentle." One of the butlers laughed, with tears of amusement in his gray eyes and laugh lines wrinkling his face. Chapter 762, Tereth Family Dinner. Mary smiled at the butler. "You know that's not the worst thing she's come up with since she left home. I swear that her talent for accessing technology led her to the wrong parts of the data net before she was ready, and her mind came out a bit warped. She's a good girl, but she's far too creative when it comes to punishment. You know, I'm standing right here, right?" Nico pointed out. "Oh, yes, darling. I just thought you needed another reminder since I'm not sure that Max remembers to do it on my behalf." Mary replied sweetly. "Of course he does. He eliminates the fun option first every time, and then we pick from what's left over." Nico grumbled. Most of the family members had already heard the stories about her, but only a few of them had met the elusive younger daughter of Mary Tereth, and her appearance didn't match her reputation. Surely someone who was known to have taken a single team to end an entire hive city in a day should look or at least act like a fierce combat veteran. Those who served in the more intense battles usually had a particular look to them by the time their service was over, and they were ready to join the Reavers. A hardened stare and a sense of presence indicated their experience. Max did, and most of the others here did, but Nico somehow managed to deceive their perception, and it made them wonder if it was a system skill of hers. If she could hide the cues that usually gave away a hardened killer, she would be the perfect spy or assassin, both of which were in high demand among the Reavers because that's what customers were always in need of. It was just a shame that she was already spoken for, as far as they were concerned. The friendly banter between mother and daughter was interrupted by Nico setting off an alarm on her mother's wrist device that alerted her that dinner would begin sitting in 10 minutes. Mary glared at Nico as she read the message. I am well aware of what time it is. I don't set alarms 10 minutes before activities when I'm already there. Max smirked at his partner as her diversion tactic failed, despite the number of times that it had worked on Max. I have no idea what you mean, mother. Are you implying that I could tamper with your secure wrist device and set the alarm for a random time? Nico asked innocently while subtly changing her face to look younger and more distraught. It's a good thing that she was born as Mary's daughter. She would have run roughshod over the rest of us. Even though I know that it's a trick and that she's almost guaranteed to be lying, that look makes me want to just melt. One of the other women of Mary's generation stage whispered. A short round of giggling followed. She had a point. Nico had mastered the puppy eyes to the extent that very few of them could withstand. But Mary was made of sterner stuff and had fallen for it enough times that she wasn't going to let her instincts get the best of her. You hear that change in the vocal tone and the soft buzzing that goes with it. That's the exact pattern and tone that the human mind is susceptible to. If I didn't have resistance, her pleading attack would have made me think that her subliminal suggestion was my own thought. For your own sake, I would suggest not arguing with my daughter. I don't know how Max deals with it. Mary informed the crowd before Nico pranked them as well. He's so logical and boring that he just totally ignores invasive thoughts most of the time. As I said, he always eliminates the fun options first. Nico pouted. It's not that. I can read your mind. I can't tell which is your attempt to implant a subliminal message and which is your thinking about the attempt because I hear them at the same time. Max laughed. No wonder those two never lose a battle. One can read all your communications, and the other can read your mind before you send them. It's got to be a bit like bullying the blind when they get into a fight. Someone laughed in the background. Or beating up the handicapped. Max laughed at that. Actually, it's the opposite of that. The dumb ones don't plan anything in advance, they just go on instinct, so you don't get any advance warning of what they're about to do until they're doing it, at which point a simple sensory optimization during your early system advancements would have made you able to detect it. You hear that, Jason? You're in luck. You stand a better chance than anyone of winning a fight. Someone yelled out. What was that? You think you can beat me in a fight? Jason yelled back, and the family members near Max all began to laugh. A bigger, dark-haired Tarith man came stomping over. What's all that? You looking for a fight again, little brother? No, I found you the perfect opponent. The dumber you are, the harder it is for him to fight against you, so you've got the best chance of anyone here. The man who shouted snapped back. It was just about to come to blows when the ring of metal on metal drew everyone's attention. A servant was banging a metal stick against a steel triangle on the porch, alerting them that dinner was about to come out. Nico looked at her mother with a smile. See, I told you it was coming out soon. That wasn't 10 minutes. Did you even check the timers in the kitchen first? Mary countered. No, I figured I would be close enough by guessing, but the point was never for the alarm to be accurate. Nico countered, fully aware that you couldn't lie to her mother any more easily than you could trick her. Come take your seats. You're right next to me, and Max is beside you. I just need to make sure my husband doesn't run away again. He seems to think that just a few more children are being unreasonable. It's not like he's got any problem practicing making them. Mary sighed. Once they were all seated and the plates were brought out, the conversation turned to more business sorts of matters that every company was facing, most of them due to the rapid demand for expansion now that they had so many new customers. To think that the black market could be so short on proper delivery ships. The Deathwind territory didn't even have it that bad before they joined the trade group. Seriously, I was at a customer this week who really thought that bribing officials was the only way to break a blockade. The man across from Max was laughing. That was a fun run. The man on his left agreed, then the first man elaborated for the rest of the table. We both picked up from this customer, but one of the deliveries was blockaded by a business rival who had tied them up with the regional government, so I had the ships of my fleet open a small portal, then came up on it at maximum orbital entry velocity, and deployed the cargo out of the bottom cargo hatch with a delivery drone. By the time the blockade team even had time to realize that something had happened, I had closed the portal and was long gone from the spot where we opened it, and the cargo was at full retro thruster headed for the recipient's cargo bay. They never did figure out what happened. All they could tell was that a portal was opened, but there was no power signature because the retro thrusters are fuel burn thrusters, not an energy drive. The man laughed. That was genius. Max had expected that they would have a way to detect and prevent that, but a few seconds wasn't enough to get to a portal location, and the Alliance had a huge blind spot for low-tech solutions, so simply strapping a chemical or nuclear rocket to a box and hurling it at the planet would totally evade everything but their object detection radar. Chapter 763. Lost and Found. The whole point of a blockade was that you didn't dare to openly attack the target for one reason or another, so throwing their cargo into the atmosphere would actually be pretty effective. Nico nodded in appreciation of the technique, and the commander gave her a curious look. What would the vaunted Nico Tereth have done in that situation? I have optimized the portals in my cargo ship for stacking, so once the main portal is open, I can open a precision portal, like the ones we use to get around on Absolution in a hurry, and just drop the cargo right inside the warehouse, or in their yard. We used it to send home a passenger who needed to go further than most, and it's quite effective. That gave all of the commanders a series of great ideas. Many missions were to take groups of people to places that they had no business being. How secure are Alliance planets? The man a few seats down on their side of the table asked. You can't even portal close to many of them, and certainly not into Alliance facilities. They are well aware of the trick and can track it back through the main portal, I'm informed. But if you come through at a short distance and set off an EMP, it will scramble the traces, and you will be able to travel in while they react. Nico explained. So, it's still a good insertion, and it will make a great delivery method. I wonder why the black market isn't using it now. One of the commanders asked. Don't forget how rare it is that an Alliance delivery ship can portal. Almost all of their planetary systems have a dedicated array, and entering on your own is restricted, so you pay the fee to use the array. Travel has gotten so convenient for them that they've stagnated. They don't really innovate any longer because there is already some system in place to do everything moderately well. Plus, their warp drives are different, they produce way less power than ours do, but they're more efficient at generating a warp field. We thought about emulating them, but they don't produce enough to keep up with the demands of battle, so you could say that human technology is just the military-grade version of everything. Max added. Produced to minimum specifications by the lowest bidder. Someone joked from a few seats away. Better believe it, it's just that our minimum is higher than what they feel that their civilians need. So, we can do things that they forgot were possible. I think that with a bit of time, we're going to find that the Reavers are exactly what the Alliance had been missing, even if the government wishes that we were still missing. That made most of the Reavers around the table laugh, but he had a point. Even the giants couldn't. Rules lawyer, like a Reaver. Their minds looked for laws as written, exact and literal, whereas the Reavers looked at a document not for what it said but what it didn't. There were surely other species like them in the Alliance, but Max hadn't met them yet, leaving the Reavers as the leaders of the technically legal category of transactions. Even the majority of the new warp crystals that they sold for such an exorbitant price is a pre-tuned assembly so that the buyer didn't have to go to a government-licensed specialist to get them set up to do the overhaul on their ships fell into that category. Selling them was explicitly legal, but the ships that they were being put into were ones that were under investigation for a large number of crimes, and nobody had a record of the new warp signature since the arrays hadn't been tested in a ship before being sent out. You could get a very close guess, but the rest of the ship's systems would determine the exact signature. Have you heard about the chaos in the Princess Folly? One of the other Reavers asked. Princess Folly was the nickname for the old Kepler Empire core that was taken over by the rebel princes. It never really settled, but the wars had mostly died out for lack of willing participants. Oh, what's the latest? Max asked. He hadn't been following it at all, so no matter what he heard, it would be new information to him. They finally located the god Mecha and the Emperor's flagship, and now the core planets are threatening to overthrow the princes. They were told that the Emperor's ship had fallen and that the god Mecha was lost. Now that they know it was a lie, they're in full outrage mode. We're getting ready to gather some ships with the Cygnus and see if they'd like to join us when they're done. Mary Tereth laughed, but she forgot that Max could read minds. Located was a very strong word for the situation. The Emperor's flagship, according to the official records, was Abraham Kepler, and General Tennant had brought it full of refugees to the outskirts of the galaxy, where Max had set him up with his own planet to govern. Abraham Kepler was never lost, though, was it? Or did nobody tell them that we had set him up with a new planet to govern? And what's this about the god Mecha? Nico asked. It showed up above Luminous, the planet of lights, where you set up General Tennant to govern, with its pilot and co-pilot alive and well. Nobody is sure where it went after that, but they're assuming it's in secure storage on the planet. 100,000 tourists saw it appear, and it's been live-streamed all over. There's no question that the Mecha is intact and operational, but it does look a bit worse for wear. From what I understand, Luminous has top-of-the-line facilities, though, and they might be able to make a half-decent repair to the Mecha, though we don't have access to the original design specs or creation methods. The world that made it was destroyed at some point in the past and the Mecha was just handed down from antiquity, with millennia-long stretches where we can't verify anything about its history. Mary smiled. Great, now Nico wanted to go on vacation so she could break in and analyze the Mecha. Chapter 764, Dinner. Nico's dad smiled across the table at her. I know what you're thinking, and I've already prepared the data you're after. We need to talk, so I will follow you to Absolution after lunch, and then you can do as you like once you have the intelligence that I have collected for you. He informed her with a wink. I knew I could count on you to come through in a pinch. As long as it covers the basics, it will really help us with our development plans. Nico smiled back. Development plans? Are there more new Mecha coming out? One of the family members asked. No, probably not, but there is still a demand for a couple of unique personal Mecha, like the ones that I keep upgrading for myself and Commander Karras here. A few Titan-class Mecha with unexpected capabilities can change a whole war around, assuming that you can find someone qualified to pilot them. She clarified. Oh, I heard about that. Your company came up against an alien Titan-class machine, didn't it? I heard that it was impressive but not enough to keep up with your piloting skills. The man beside Nico's father asked. It fought very well, but it was a bit like putting a veteran-line Mecha pilot in a Crusader. The knowledge was there, but the necessary skills were not. The aliens had an AI pilot, the Mecha, and once it was defeated, we used it as the basis for our android army aboard Absolution. There are roughly 100,000 of them operational, with 10,000 actual humans mixed in, because what the androids lacked was improvisation skills when a situation was outside of their programming. They could fall back on their training programs, but they couldn't adapt fast enough to deal with a skilled and creative pilot one-on-one. So we mingled in human pilots as team leaders to give directions and deal with unexpected situations, while the androids do the bulk of the heavy lifting in combat. It worked out incredibly well, and we ended up with almost no lost Mecha during the last rounds of combat, thanks to their defensive programming. There was an exceedingly large amount of overall damage, but without lost units, that was actually easier to patch up than to do a load of full replacements. Nico's explanation had drawn all of the other Reaver commanders in. They all hated having their own on the front lines, so if they could keep androids to operate their Mecha on the more dangerous sorts of missions, it wouldn't get any objections from the crews. They were officially still under research and development testing, though, and the planets that Absolution had reclaimed during the tests were supposed to be the shakedown runs. Since they had been so busy, there was no final report done yet, so the status of the androids was unchanged, and they sat ready for the next mission that Absolution had, but they weren't available to anyone else. Plates were cleared, and a round of desserts was brought out to everyone, marking the end of the more formal business conversations over dinner. Max could tell that this was a well-practiced routine for most of them. Dinner was work talk and current events, dessert was personal life talk and family talks, like who had children looking for partners and who knew of a possible match for them. The men across the table had started chatting about a grandson who would be graduating from the engineering school this year when Max got a notification from home. Terminus is preparing to disembark. We have identified 5 possible locations for the next school event, and all personnel and passengers are verified to be aboard. Our flight plans are included in the itinerary. Admiral Drake informed him. Terminus had actually been in one spot much longer than planned, thanks to the draw of Absolution and its amenities, but they were returning to cruise ship status, and he had a number of vacation planets, stellar phenomenon, and one field trip on Canis planned for the next 6 months. It would all be broadcast across the Alliance data net soon so that potential clients could arrange to be there for the events that they wanted, though the exact route would not be, as they would dodge around for security reasons, and so that they could make scheduled stops along the way, then use portals to catch up to the plan. Once dessert was cleared, Nico's dad was the first to his feet, with an anxious look at his watch. "Well, we hate to eat and run, but we should be on our way." "Don't worry, Mary darling. I will be back in a day or two once I have finished visiting our daughter's home." Mary didn't buy a single word of his excuse, but he really did have important things to talk about with Max and Nico, and she knew it, so she couldn't find a good reason to stop him from leaving for the night. "We can catch the next shuttle back up to the base and then take your ship back to the world ship. I will be there for a few nights, and then one of the other Reaver companies is giving me a ride back home." He explained as if he had this planned for much longer than the last hour. Of course, if he had been at Absolution already, he probably had, and this was just an unexpected extra stop in the middle. "Alright, let's get this show on the road then. I'm sure that Mary is eager for you to finish with business so that she can have your full and undivided attention again." Max teased. "Well, it was good to see you while it lasted. Try to stay longer next time." Mary admonished them. "We will, Mom. We just wanted to drop in for lunch before the party tonight on Absolution. The newly renovated floor is opening up soon, and the first residents are getting settled in today, so we're putting on a light show to celebrate the opening of the islands." Nico told her with a smile. Plenty of other Tereth family members had the location on their vacation list already since it was essentially a Reaver-controlled vacation world, and the islands seemed like much more fun than a big city, which was a bit too similar to ship life for proper relaxation. Yes, technically, they were still going to be on a ship, but that didn't really count when it was too long to see one to easily see one end from the other, even when it was an open view. Nico's dad was way too good at blocking his thoughts, and Max couldn't get anything out of his mind during the trip, which had to be kept to a mundane conversation since this was a public shuttle and a lot of the people on it were shift workers on the moon base, who lived on the planet and did 10 days on 10-day off shifts at the base. They headed straight for the bay, and the older man whistled when he saw their ride. "I don't recall seeing that in your luxury yacht offerings." Nico smirked. "I will give you a quick tour while Max gets us back to our home bay. I think you will appreciate the ingenuity of this ship." Chapter 765. The mission. Once they were safely docked and back at the office, Nico's father looked at them with a very serious expression and then sighed and handed the antsy-looking Nico a data stick. "There, that's the full data suite for the God-class mecha belonging to the former Kepler royal family. Technically, it's a Titan-class mecha, not God-class, but it's the finest of its peers, and you will see why when you read the descriptions. But that isn't what is important right now. There is a very serious situation that we need your assistance with. Well, you and your mecha. A spatial anomaly has opened within Cygnus, leading to an unexplored corner of the universe that doesn't match any star charts that the Alliance has. It's a strange place. The void isn't empty like there is some monstrous nebula left over from the beginning of creation, and a battle is raging there which cannot be allowed to spread to our galaxy. The anomaly opened into the territory of the Kaleska, an exoskeletal species that has an eerie resemblance to humanity in that their heads resemble bare human skulls. They are also mecha users, in the same way that the hunters are, with biomechanical warframes, as they call them, and they are under attack, as is everyone else in that region, by the Arisen. From what we can tell, their technology appears to be autonomous drones of some sort. There is no computer, no discernible technology to them, but they are brutally fast and smart. The Kaleska insist that they are piloted by Arisen souls and that souls return to the void only to be reborn again when another Arisen harbinger is created and sent out to attack. The scale is within your capabilities, 15 to 50 meter units, with some infantry battles on the planets, but the Kaleska has asked us for assistance by sending void combat-capable units to their side, and in return, they are guarding the anomaly to keep the Arisen from finding it and sending an army through. The scale of battle there is insane. Our initial report cited a battle that appeared to stretch from one star to another, countless billions of mecha facing off against each other. Max just stared at him in awe for a moment. "And you expect us to do what exactly in that scenario?" "Honestly, not much, but you need to be visible, and you need to be lethal so that the Kaleska will consider our side of the deal to be upheld. We can't send androids. That was very clear in the deal. The Arisen will possess them and turn them against their allies. Everything needs to be living with no AI or computer control, so you can't even put your units on automatic standby while you're there, or you'll have to fight to regain control. We are training a team of Titan-class pilots right now. 500 units will be ready within the year, using the design that Cleansing Light was built. Nico has informed me that there is very little of the mecha that is still at that spec other than the pilot's seat, but it was a very capable Titan by any standard, and our facilities are already set up to produce them. You can bring your ship with you, but don't bring it near the battle. Well, perhaps with Nico's talents, you could bring it and not have it turn, but I wouldn't want to risk it. What we're asking is that you fight there until you are relieved and that you gather all the information that you can about the Arisen, the Kaleska, and any other forces that you encounter on that side of the anomaly. Nico's thoughts said that she was all in on a year-long murder fest, but Max had a few more questions. You keep saying, we. Who are the others, and how is it that your group knows about this and nobody else does? Max asked. I guess I should introduce myself properly. I was born Perrin John Kepler, the youngest brother of the Emperor of Kepler. I am the leader of the Black Guard, the Emperor's personal assassins and the Empire's intelligence force. We knew that the princes were going to rebel, but the crackdown would have caused even more damage than letting things break apart would, in our estimation, so the Emperor took to the pilot's seat of glory of Saul before the assassination attempt, where one of his body doubles was killed, and one went into hiding. Now, he is on Luminous with General Tennant, his dear friend and confidant. His revelation caught both Nico and Max by surprise. That's why they sent the system AI with Mom when she left Kepler Terminus. Because you're the next in line with the Emperor missing and the princess turned traitor. The Reavers got the system because you married a Reaver. How crazy is that? She rambled. Not as crazy as it seemed to my father when I proposed it all those years ago. Who knew that she was a baby-crazed woman who would never give me a moment of peace after the first 4 were born? The affection in his voice was clear, but Max assumed that there was a good reason that he didn't want a huge number of children. Now that he thought of it, all of his kids also had a somewhat legitimate claim to the leadership of Kepler when everything broke apart. It was definitely a good thing that he didn't tell anyone. Nico, with an honest chance of becoming Empress, would quickly become a genocide as she eliminated the challengers. She didn't seem to have noticed that yet, though she was still intently focused on the mecha data, and it didn't seem to be impressing her. With the new monoatomic armor that I created for Cleansing Light, it's already above these specs. They're good, but not as great as I was hoping. She sighed. Hey, a few hundred years ago, it really seemed like it was. We couldn't even properly create some of the materials, and there were directions included in the data. Her father defended the glory of Saul. We didn't even make it. It was found in ruins under a collapsed building undamaged. It does seem to have been human-made, though, since everything is sized and designed for us without a renovation. Well, maybe not for me, but for a human male anyhow. But more importantly, when are we leaving to go kill undead mecha zombie bots? She asked. Whenever you want. We've still got a month if we need it, and if you rejected the offer, we would have sent a few veteran Phalanx-class pilots in Titan-class mecha instead. But you are the best choice because I have faith that you can remain alive and will be able to repair your units with limited resources and overcome the unknown weapons that the enemy is going to use against you. Some of them use a type of thermal lance, some use a Gauss weapon, and others prefer an energy-sheathed blade and close combat. It's just too varied, and we know nearly nothing about them. Max nodded in acceptance. We will do it. Give us the night to get everything prepared, and we will head out to the anomaly on a diplomatic mission to chat with the Cygnus leader in charge of the area. Chapter 766. Timeline. Nico brought up a list of supplies that she expected they would need and some improvisational materials that she would pack in the ship as spares. The ship had a very comprehensive repair bay on board and could take care of nearly any damage that the mecha might have sustained. They had plenty of raw materials, as well as biomatter, available for an extended mission. If nothing else, they could return to the anomaly and this side if they were in desperate need of supplies and couldn't get anything on that side. It sounded like there were multiple intelligent species there, though, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue finding some sort of biomass that they could work with, assuming that their composition was close enough that the replicator system would recognize it. She had included a list of spare parts to be pre-made that would bring the power system and warp drive back online in case of damage to the ship, since they couldn't expect such an unfamiliar species to have anything that was compatible with their gear. Is there anything that I'm forgetting? She asked as she looked over the sheets. You should likely make us a pair of specialized mobile suits for piloting in. Who knows what that nebula is going to be like if we get a breach of the cockpit. Even though you're not worried about breathing, it could still be caustic, corrosive, radioactive, or otherwise toxic. Max elaborated. Good call. I've got some that are quite similar to the ones we wore for the last mission but more comfortable to pilot in for extended periods of time. We will work out logistics and positioning for our ship when we arrive. Dad, how did we communicate with the Kaleska? She replied. Their language wasn't hard for our language translation to pick up. It was phonetically similar to an ancient human language, mixed with one that we found in the Alliance database. We analyzed it, then tried to reply, and they sent us back a language database in the same coding language we used the next day. I guess we got it fairly close because they didn't seem upset that we didn't understand right away, and now we can just use it to communicate with them. It's not spoken language level right now, as we've never heard it, but it's something. We will work with what we can get. If we can receive and decode their messages, that's enough to get us started, and we can coordinate combat actions from there without any friendly fire incidents. I'm assuming there are some descriptions of friendly and unfriendly units in that data pack? Max asked. Of course, everything we know you now know. It's not as much as I had hoped, considering it's my own immediate family going, but I compiled it myself. I should head out and explore the ship while you two prepare. I'll be sure to keep the exact details from Mary, or she will be blowing up your communicators. They work through the anomaly, so you'll be able to message back home constantly as if you were right here in this galaxy until you move further in, and then it might become a bit flaky, like sending messages from the Alliance territories. If it's that good, we're fine. I hear that you've handpicked us a pretty good board of governors. They must have been decent since Mary didn't have any objections to dealing with them. Max agreed. Of course, I picked all the best for the board, all veterans of many trade wars with a load of experience, all with planetary leadership experience, and all of whom led their companies to new heights during their tenure before passing it on to the next generation and taking on an advisory role until the generation after them took over. That's a pretty high standard. I didn't think that there were even that many Reavers who met the qualifications. Nico laughed. Oh, they're not all Reavers. A couple of them are retired nobles, and one is a former High Chancellor from the Emperor's governing council. He's been getting bored in his old age, and the prospect of mermaids on the beach was enough to encourage him to send me his own request when he heard that I was assembling a board of directors. I picked all people with systems for longer lifespans. They've all got a decade or two in them before they'll be picking successors, so you should have some stability at home while you do what needs to be done. It matters more than I would have thought as a young man. Mary is like a bedrock. You can count on her to be right where you expected her to be every single time. It's very relaxing. Will they be here before we leave? I feel like we should meet them at the very least. Max reminded him. Unfortunately, no, I wasn't expecting things with the Kaleska to change so quickly, and we don't have anyone ready to take up the role. They will be here in the next few days, and I will be here until then. I take it that one of your subordinates took up the job last time. Max nodded. Yeah, the logistics officer, Miller. He's very good at organization. If you're going to be around and show them the ropes, I will introduce you to the Alliance envoys. Then you can deal with them directly if Mary runs into any problems at home. I'm sure that she would rather send you than anyone else. Nico chuckled as her father sighed at the suggestion. I'm afraid you're right. She would really rather make me her errand boy. Dealing with the Alliance envoys won't be a problem. They are supposed to be quite reasonable, and it would let me get home on time for a change, with a good excuse when I don't, so it might not be the worst idea. He reluctantly agreed. In that case, we will bring you to the other office. They like working here because nobody can come to bother them, and they can block outside communications entirely if they need to. Let's just hope that the Innu envoy hasn't gotten too bored, or the giant will be in a bad mood, and the Valkyria will be stirring them both up while the Huntress laughs if she's still here. Max explained. Chapter 767. Trouble loves company. The envoys were in a state of chaos when Max led Nico and her father in, which was really nothing new, but this time they were in chaos for the same reason that Max was. Spatial anomalies had opened in Alliance territory, leading to the same unknown region of space but to the territory of another species. They were currently discussing whether the envoy group in charge of the mission was going to argue for the anomaly to be stabilized and closed or if they were going to work out a military aid deal, but they didn't know much of anything except for the name of the enemies that they were fighting. The Arisen army was there as well and was quickly overrunning the native population, with the intent to make it to the anomaly and pass through to a new region of space, namely the Alliance territory. That would be beyond disastrous, but so far, they didn't know how to close the link, which was not a standard wormhole as they understood it, or a portal, which was similar in function. Ah, just the people that we were hoping to talk to. We heard that the human galaxy has the same issue that we do, and we were wondering what the Reavers were doing about it. The Valkia envoy asked. We are sending a team to assist the locals at our end, known as the Kaleska. I will be in the first wave, along with Nico, so we will be leaving very soon, but this is Parenterith, Nico's father, and he will be taking over until the board of directors arrives to manage the world ship in our absence. We will still be in contact most of the time and making the executive decisions, but the board will take care of the day-to-day on our behalf since we will be in combat. Max explained. The giant nodded. I suspected as much. The humans are overwhelmingly powerful for their numbers, but the Arisen is not a normal foe, so you would logically send only the most powerful of elite forces to deal with them. Anything else would lead to too many deaths to be sustainable, and we have been informed that the Arisen army can't be fought with an automated force. Exactly correct. We will be leaving right away, but we wanted to make the official introduction before we left so that there was no question about who this man is or his authority. The envoys nodded, and the Inu extended her hand to greet Nico's father but got distracted by a flood of messages from her communicator. There is a development at our end. A deal has been struck to hire a full ship of hunters to assist in the defense of the anomaly from the other side. If you happen to see them on the other side, they are allies. We don't have a map of the region, so we have no idea how far apart you will be, but from what I can tell, it will be a significant distance, and the chances are that it would take a lifetime to fight from one point to the others. The Inu explained. Nico and the huntress looked at each other with smirks on their faces, and the Inu's hair tentacles twined together in a way that somehow made her look confused for a second before she, too, smiled. I have it. That look means that you're joking about me saying that like it was a bad thing. I'm right, aren't I? I'm finally cracking Hunter's body language. She cheered. Right on the first try. I still don't understand why so many species find it so difficult. The humans figured it out on the very first day, according to the mission logs from Huntress Khan. It was like they knew at the moment that they saw us, and they never had any major issues learning the nuance of hunter communication. That's because we sent Nico, and she speaks both sword and plasma cannon. Max joked, making the huntress laugh but leaving the other envoys confused again. So, maybe I still don't get battlefield humor, but I'm working on the body language first. The Inu envoy shrugged. One thing at a time. You've adapted remarkably quickly to being around humans. I remember the first Inu that we ever met told us that they were best known for adapting and repairing others' technology, but look at you all now, taking over the research department and inventing new beverages for the replicators. Nico commended her. I found tiramisu, which is a coffee-flavored cake, and it made me think, you know. How many other flavors are out there that simply haven't been merged because humans don't know about them? From there, it just snowballed into a whole huge thing. The tavern that I invested in is doing great business by releasing one new tested flavor every day. They have been merging human and alliance tastes, and they'll cycle through them every week if they get good reviews. Try this one. It's the flavor of the day. Squib berries in a chocolate milkshake. Max took a sip of the sample-sized milkshake that she had produced from the replicator and felt his face contract at the combination of tart fruit and sweetened chocolate. It was surprising but not a bad combination. I approve. It would go well with cheeseburgers. The giant envoy nodded. It might go well with Titan barbecue as well. They like to marinate their meat in fruits before smoking it, and the flavors would complement each other. As fun as this has been, we need to go, before the Kaleska think that the humans are reneging on their deal. Father, take good care of the place for me, and I will see all of you envoys later. Nico informed the room. Good luck. Don't forget to bring the big guns. Some of the Arisen army war walkers can take a photon torpedo head-on, so you might find more than a few good uses for those antimatter warheads that you developed. The Valkia envoy reminded them, then turned back to his messages as Max and Nico left her father behind. Chapter 768. Meet the Arisen Defense Line Command. This is Commander Karis Max, inbound for damage control. With mere cleansing light and shattered pride, Max announced when they passed through the portal to reach the group of Cygnus vessels gathered around the anomaly. Good to hear from you, Commander. Please pass through directly at no more than 1/4 of standard sublight speed. The Kaleska hold the other side of the breach. The defense force informed him abruptly, and Max noticed that they had a lot of mecha on duty in space in case of attack. Are all the modifications finished? Max double-checked with Nico as he piloted the ship through to meet a new alien species. All done. Most of the changes had already been made as we made the advancements, and the final standalone shield for the cockpit is ready now in case of an atmospheric breach. The storage space is filled with suitable materials to rebuild your stock of antimatter munitions if you need them, and the disruptors have been upgraded as much as I can, so you just need to optimize them once you have the system booted up. Max nodded, then sent his first message to the other side. Kaleska Defense. This is Commander Karis Max, requesting a status update and a nearby storage location for our vessel. Commander of the humans, this is Yuri of the Kaleska. We have a station here in orbit. You may park here and join the battle. Tell us, how many are you? 2 Mecha of the Titan class. The additional units are finishing their training now to bring the pilots up to our standards for our most elite Mecha. Understood. We will take what help we can get. Their ship emerged into the Kaleska's territory, and Nico shifted the design to the more organic design that resembled Absolution instead of the cruise ship design, which limited their range of weapon fire. The appearance of the ship seemed to cause some alerts, but they didn't make much sense to Max, as their database of Kaleska language was imperfect. Commander, my superiors ask if you obtained that ship from the Reapers. The Kaleska named Yuri asked. Humanity is unfamiliar with a species by that name. This ship is our most modern design of attack craft. The faction we represent is known as Reavers, so perhaps it is fitting. Understood. I will relay the ship design to command to avoid any incidents in the future. As soon as he was clear of the moon that they appeared behind, the battle came into sensor range in the distance, with hundreds of Arisen army warships attacking the Kaleska Mecha. The Arisen war walkers were being deployed to meet the challenge, so Max rushed the docking procedure and got Santa Maria locked in place so that they could join the battle. What is Shattered Pride capable of for mobility? Max asked since the battle was at the edge of the solar system. I have a micro-portal generator, while Cleansing Light has the same, plus it is warp capable. Nico clarified. Alright, stay close and let's see how these Arisen war walkers shape up against our disruptors. I heard that they are autonomous, with no computers, but we might still be able to disable them with the side effects. Max suggested. They could go nuclear and then antimatter fusion later. If this worked well enough, they would only have to break out the biggest guns for the worst of battles, and this one looked pretty evenly matched. He opened a portal to the right flank of the battle, and Nico grabbed him from behind to piggyback through without wasting any time. The portal was still closing when Max unleashed his main weapons in a linked pattern, as an orbital lance, at a cluster of 50-meter-tall warwalkers, the largest units on the battlefield. The intense beam of energy collapsed their shields in an instant and tore away a large amount of their outer shell before the capacitors were drained, and Max's blast ended. 2 of the 10 had been torn apart, but the other 8 were charging weapons as Nico moved out from behind him and shifted to engage the closest group of warwalkers, who were already flying over. Max powered up his thrusters and warp drive for maximum mobility and began to evade as particle beams raced his way. He managed to only take 2 glancing blows before his main weapons were ready again, but this time he split it into 2 beams and targeted 2 of the warwalkers, blasting them to dust in the cosmos. The outcome seemed to shock the Arisen army, and a huge portion of the army began to shift their deployment to deal with this new threat. Nico was into the smaller warwalkers in the 10 to 20 meter size class. They were stick-thin and looked spindly, but they were fast, and their weapons definitely packed a punch, so the stick figure proportions didn't allow them to underestimate them at all. It did make it easier for Nico's blades to cut through them, though. At least once, the shields were down. Her thrusters flashed and flared as she darted between targets, blasting away and then finishing them with her blades, leaving scattered debris everywhere while Max tried his best not to get shot to pieces. A double blast came in that Max couldn't dodge, so he shifted behind his physical shield as the blast took most of his energy shield down. The tactic seemed to enrage the Arisen army, who had not realized that he had packed a defensive method to bolster his survivability. It also bought him time, and Max spread the 6 main weapon beams to 6 different Crusader-sized targets and punched holes clear through them, leaving the war walkers inactive in space. The chest seems to be the energy core of the units. If you punch a hole through it, they just deactivate. Max informed Nico. Got it. Cutting off an arm only reduces combat capability by 30% outside of melee. They are all ambidextrous. Chapter 769. First skirmish. The Arisen army deployment shifted to form a semicircle around them from the front, allowing it to attack from the top and bottom as well but leaving a large gap behind the front line. You go up, I will go down, Nico commented, then flashed through a portal toward Max's feet and outside the attempted encirclement. Max did the same in the opposite direction, and the semicircle collapsed, splitting in half and leaving themselves clustered for a wide dispersion of Max's main weapons, which eliminated dozens of 10-meter class war walkers in an instant. With the pattern cleared out to some extent, it was easier to dodge the attacks, and Max began to pick off the phalanx class units, around 25 meters tall, which represented the greatest threat to his shielding. A direct hit from them would put a serious dent in his energy storage, and two had nearly collapsed his shielding, so he couldn't underestimate them at all, or he would be in trouble. An egg-shaped vessel that somewhat reminded Max of an elongated Clem pod flashed in from warp speed and deployed a full regiment of Kaleska warframes at their location, right between the two halves of the Arisen position, and the attackers began to immediately retreat. The Kaleska held their position as the Arisen war walkers fled, which Max took as a signal not to pursue them into the thick of the battle, but he did notice that it left a few of their transport ships vulnerable without an escort. Nico, send them a single, small antimatter round. Max directed. He would take the opportunity to see how their weapons measured up against what the Kaleska were using and how they dealt with the Arisen vessels since he had learned the capability of the war walkers. A defensive laser from the ship flashed, destroying the round before it could reach the shielding, but the resulting antimatter explosion rocked this entire side of the battlefield, passing like a wave through water in the thin gases that made up open space here. Alright, maybe those aren't the best choice of weapons. It looks like the Arisen army is retreating, though. Max chuckled at the aftermath of the attack, which would have been much worse had the round actually activated. It wasn't quite as damaging as activating it in an atmosphere, but there was a lot of residual damage, which would have to be avoided as much as possible. He would send the data back to the moon base so that Uncle Lou could tailor the mecha to the situation. Question from Kaleska Command. What was that last attack? Yuri asked again. A human anti-ship weapon using antimatter fusion technology. The result was unexpected due to the nature of the region not being devoid of matter. Max explained. Kaleska Command asks that you do not use that weapon during an ongoing battle for friendly fire prevention reasons. Understood. Kaleska Command, we apologize for the inconvenience. Max replied as he sensed the amusement of the nearby Kaleska troops, which could also hear the message on the open channels. It might have been a sketchy result, but it made the enemy retreat long before the battle would have normally ended, and that was a good result in the minds of any soldier. Once the war walkers were in their ships, the Arisen army went to warp and moved away from the battlefield, returning to whatever their nearest stronghold was, while the Kaleska returned to the space station. Ah, that was just right for breakfast, a nice light skirmish. Nico joked while Max checked cleansing light for damages. There were a couple of overloaded capacitors, but they were self-resetting and would be fine as soon as they had cooled off. Other than that, he had taken no damage during the battle. How did Shattered Pride fare? He asked to make sure that Nico was good to go. One blown hydraulic line, but I've already used my system functions to repair it and top off the fluid. I'm back at 100%. Perfect, let's go meet our hosts. They both opened portals back to the ship and then paused while the Kaleska troops stood down. You could never tell what was coming through a portal, so for safety's sake, they usually didn't open them near populated areas. Max made a mental note of the response of the troops so that he would remember not to open the portal so close next time and then return to Santa Maria. Commander of the humans, the Kaleska leaders request a meeting in the common area of the station when you are available. The radio operator informed him. We will be there in 30 minutes. Max replied, with a timestamp indicator to show them how long a minute was in his language. Once they were back aboard and had time for a quick shower and a change of clothes into their Reaver best, Max and Nico headed for the common areas of the station. Nico made a point of politely greeting everyone that stared at the two humans, even though they surely didn't understand her. Max was beginning to get the hang of the language. He had used Nico's skill to memorize the text version of the language translation, and after hearing it in their minds for the second half of the battle, and now all over the station, hundreds of thousands of minds at once, he was catching on quickly. They were flagged down by a server of some sort, with the black exoskeletons and elaborately detailed bone-white head that marked the species. The heads looked eerily like a human skull, with the jaw attached, as he had been warned, and they all wore elaborate robes of various sorts and coverages. The higher the rank, the more clothing they wore, and it looked like nudity wasn't an issue in their culture, as most of the lower-ranking soldiers and workers wore little more than a shawl over their shoulders to mark their rank. Greetings, Commander Karis Max and Tereth Nico. I am Commander Yuri of the Kaleska. The tall man, or at least Max assumed it was a man, greeted them in Kaleska. Greetings, Commander Yuri. It is an honor to be here, enjoying your hospitality. Max replied, using the local language, and all of the movement in the room stopped while the locals stared at him. The language was somewhat guttural and had a whistle to it that was hard on his throat, but Max was pretty sure that he had gotten the inflection and intonation right. You speak Kaleska? Not well, of course, but you learned to speak our language. Commander Yuri asked. Of course, I intend to be here for some time, and it would be inconvenient not to be able to speak to others outside of a text message. Interesting. We had thought it would be impossible for your species, given their biology, but you have managed it well enough to be understood. Our first contact detailed the nutritional compatibilities of your species, which seem to be quite varied, so we wished to have you join us for a meal. Please, join us, Yuri informed them while gesturing to a table. Nico smiled at him. Thank you, Commander Yuri. Nico was definitely cheating. Once she heard and analyzed the language, she programmed it into her voice box so the sounds came out perfectly, including the extra whistles and click that a human body couldn't make, which showed emotion in their speech. Now I understand why they sent you first. Welcome to Kaleska. Chapter 770. Tactical planning. As soon as they were seated, it became obvious that this was a working lunch. A barrier went up around them, working like a one-way mirror to keep others from seeing the area around their table, and a strategic map opened up above the table using a flaky hologram that made Nico's eye twitch. She would definitely be offering them an upgrade very quickly if they were going to be holding regular meetings on this projection or others of its quality. We will start with the basics since your species is not from here. We have not reached the beginning or the end of the nebula. This entire region of space is the same, as if 100,000 suns had died at once and left their remains scattered through space. So, there is a rather high density of gaseous elements, small rocks and other debris that make navigation hazardous. This map is centered around the portion of space that the Kaleska call home. This is the direction that the majority of the Arisen army attacks come from. Portals like yours are rarely used here, as their formation can destabilize the area, like your antimatter projectile. For that reason, we recommend that you use your ship to get close to the battles and then engage with it locked down to prevent the Arisen spirits from gaining access to it. The major offensive this month has been in the CX-37 sector. It's not particularly heavily populated, but it is close to another sector that was abandoned to the Arisen in the recent past. Commander Yuri explained. Do you know why they are attacking? Issues between the species. Are they voracious predators that eat every planet they take clean of biomass? Max asked. Neither. It's something in their personality. They seem to be bent on the elimination of life from the universe. Every species that they encounter, they attack. The harder you fight back, the harder they attack, but they don't do anything with the planets. They just kill everyone and move on. Between that and the nature of their war walkers, it led to the determination that they are some form of a vengeful ghost, a dying species that are still roaming about, reincarnating their spirits into new vessels when they are destroyed. Nico tapped her chin as he thought, an old habit that she didn't seem to realize that she did. They are also good with technology, and if you leave an AI system or another exposed computer system, they will infiltrate it. Is it possible that they digitize their existence and that they only exist as pure energy at this point? It would explain the strange nature of their attacks and why they leave no bodies. It would also explain why they retreated when I used an antimatter weapon. Antimatter is one of the few ways to truly destroy and not disperse energy in the universe, so such a weapon would pose an extreme threat to them on a level far beyond that which it poses to the others. If they are lingering as energy on the battlefield, and someone sets off an antimatter bomb, it could well destroy their lingering spirits, and then they wouldn't be able to rise again, which I assume is the ability that gave them the name Arisen. She offered. Commander Yuri nodded. There are no people on their ships, and the war walkers aren't built until there is combat if they had been destroyed in a previous battle, so it is possible that there are a finite number of consciousness units in their fleet, and they simply return to their ships when the form they are hosting is destroyed. We don't really know how the bodies are operated. All that's inside is a crystal and some strings, like a nervous system. But they move and attack just fine, so they are getting energy from somewhere. Nico nodded. The crystals are similar to our warp drive technology. They are the source of energy, but I couldn't determine what was allowing them to move either. If you learn that, you will be a hero to a dozen species. We've all been trying to determine the nature of the arisen technology, if that's what it is, and not actually materialized ghosts. Once we know that, we can make more determinations on the best way to stop them. Commander Yuri agreed. How often are the attacks? Max asked. There are usually 3 to 4 ongoing at any given time somewhere along our border, but as I said, it isn't safe to keep using portals, so we ask that you focus on the region around the anomaly, which will allow us to move more troops elsewhere and bolster areas that have taken losses. Your mecha performed incredibly well for their size today, and I feel confident saying that every one of my fighters was impressed with the skill of the human mecha pilots. They are just finding it impossible to determine your rank since your clothing is so eclectic. Are you perhaps royalty of some sort? That is a complex issue with humans. I lead a Reaver company, which controls one world ship and some smaller ships, so you could consider me a planetary governor of sorts, though my rank is technically higher than that by a bit. For my subcommander, her hereditary rank is a much more complex issue. Max explained. The Kaleska all turned to each other and discussed the matter for a while, trying to determine where humans would place these two mecha pilots in their hierarchy so that they could determine what level of honor or assistance the humans could have been deemed to have sent for their first representation within Kaleska space. I would ask how many people are under you, but that might be different between species. So I will ask, how large of an army do you command? Yuri asked. Roughly 150,000 medium and heavy mecha, though many of them are androids and not suitable for use here due to the arisen. The Kaleska around the table let out an appreciative whistle at that number. It was an impressive military force, and they couldn't say that they had been slighted with an expendable representative after hearing that number. Are they not worried about losing you in combat? Commander Yuri asked. Of course they are, but combat losses happen, and I am well known for my combat prowess, as is Tereth Nico. That was the determining factor in our deployment. They wanted to make sure that we would be deemed to be an effective military force, despite our lack of numbers at the moment. Max explained. Your mecha are very frightening, that is certain. That weapon that you use, what was it designed to fight against? It creates a beam too large for attacking another mecha of your design. One of the other Kaleska leaders asked. It's an orbital lance. It was designed to attack planetary military forces from orbit. Max explained. Orbital lance. Yuri mouthed the unfamiliar words slowly, then again, silently, while he tried to relate them to something that he was familiar with. Nico decided to be helpful since she had been analyzing their military technology through the hologram projector for the whole meal. It's basically the same as the Kumo pattern ship destroyer, but it uses a different energy pattern. The output is similar, she offered. The Kaleska didn't really have expressions, as their chitin shape didn't change, but the change in position gave off the impression of pleasure at the understanding before their heads tilted a little to the side, like a confused dog, and the second in command spoke again. You put such a weapon on a mecha. Do you use mecha to destroy large battleships? He asked. Large battleships, lightly armored military regiments, small cities. It's a very versatile weapon. Nico agreed. The Kaleska just nodded, but Max didn't miss his thoughts on the matter. Humans are scary when they go to war. He wasn't wrong. Especially in Nico's case, humans were a very scary species when they went to war. One lone Nico versus a civilian planet wasn't even close to a fair fight, but the concept of that sort of scaling would be very difficult to explain to the hierarchical Kaleska. At least their ranks were based entirely on accomplishment, and they weren't inherited or genetic, so Max could be sure that the ones with the fanciest robes were the most verifiably competent in their field. That was a definite improvement on royalty or nepotism-based systems. Chapter 771. Command Walker. The food had just arrived when every light in the station turned red, and an alarm began to blare. Incoming Major Assault Fleet. All hands to battle stations. I repeat, incoming Major Assault Fleet. All hands to battle stations. It looks like the meal will have to wait. See you on the battlefield, Commander. Max sighed as he rose to his feet. Everyone began to jog to their combat positions, and Max went straight to cleansing light, then launched, with Nico right behind him. If the station was under alert, that meant that the enemy was right at the anomaly within minutes of breaching the entrance and reaching his home galaxy. There was a whole wave of arisen war walkers headed their way, intent on taking the station, while the defenders had only just begun to scramble. The amount of matter spread through this region of space made it impossible to trace warp trails and incoming vessels from as far as Max was used to, and it led to very short warnings when there was an attack. It had to be an incredibly stressful way to live for the Kaleska, but they were well practiced, and the first of the Mecha were only a few seconds behind him and Nico. Max grabbed Nico and engaged the warp drive on cleansing light, dropping them at the front line in an instant, then using the abundant power to blast away an entire regiment of light war walkers with a dispersed blast of his orbital lance. Nico started to snipe what they took to be the command units of the Arisen army, the more elaborately decorated units, and the Arisen army was predictably turning their attention away from the station to deal with these two biting ants on their flank. Max was sure that the Kaleska all thought that they were insane, but the early attack gave them a chance to thin the enemy ranks right as the battle started, which every mecha commander knew was the best way to reduce casualties. The light mecha pilots might not be as good, but there were a lot of them, and they could still bring down a heavy mecha with the weight of fire, a factor that remained just as true with battles of this scale, where tens of thousands of mecha were facing off in space. "Human commander, we have a backup for you," the Kaleska combat channel informed him, and Max shifted his position to allow them to take up a deployment around him and Nico, who was still in sniper mode, picking off random war walkers, though. The actual leaders appeared to be either dead or in hiding. It was unknown whether the Arisen army used wing leaders the way that the human armies did, but that was what Nico was going after now, trying to break apart all semblance of coordination on their portion of the flank before the Arisen could shift a larger unit over to deal with them. Max dodged as an immense beam of particle energy streaked past him, only barely getting the warning in time. They had turned the main guns of a transport ship against him. "Nico, what do I have that isn't an antimatter weapon to deal with that?" he asked, since the shielding would absorb his orbital lance without flinching. "I'm on it, boss. I've got non-explosive versions of the antimatter torpedoes," Nico informed him, then unslung a rifle from her back and took aim at the transport ship. The energy surge was enough to scramble sensors for the entire unit behind them, and then the massive transport ship's shields lit up in crackling green energy. The whole ship was visibly shoved backward, and Nico fired again. The rounds activated a warp field when they were fired and simply slammed into the target at warp 7. Not even the defensive lasers could deal with that attack, and the second round hit home as well, creating a massive explosion where it breached the shielding and punched through the ship. They weren't kidding. Humans really do hunt battleships with mecha. Someone was calling over the radio channels, and Max shook his head. They were giving people a very warped view of the sort of thing that was expected when dealing with humans, but it sure seemed to be effective. Nico fired a third round, but this time it hit a secondary shield, and the warp field around the round collapsed, leaving it to hit the ship at sublight speeds, making the already weakened shielding collapse again and causing even more damage to the transport ship. It began to shift back as fast as it could in its condition, and another ship moved to take its place, presumably with the modified shields already active. Well, it might not be a battleship kill, but it is out of commission. They won't be loading anything back on that one for a while. Nico laughed. It wasn't often that she got to try out her new toys in an all-out battle like this, and the war walkers were charging them now, afraid to be caught in a cluster at a distance where Max could engulf them all in another orbital lance strike. Max drew his blade and shield and moved into a position where he was back-to-back with Shattered Pride so that they couldn't be surrounded, then began unleashing disruptor blasts on a widespread pattern, collapsing enemy shields and causing minor damage but leaving them vulnerable to the Kaleska weapons. A 50-meter-tall command walker from the Arisen fleet moved to the front of the group to challenge Max, who clanged his sword against his shield in a "come-and-get-it" motion that he wasn't sure the Arisen could even recognize. The sentiment seemed mutual, though, and everyone else in the area backed off, with Nico charging into the enemy ranks flanked by Kaleska's close combat units while Max fought his duel. Max traded blows with the War Walker in an eerily familiar pattern that seemed to awaken something in his memories from his previous life while the two giant mecha fought each other to a standstill. Monomolecular blades clashed against one another a dozen times in a second as the two mecha sought to gain the upper hand before the Arisen unit backed off to regroup. Max could sense the confusion and rage from the War Walker at having been stymied by Max, but more so by the fact that he recognized their close combat techniques. It wasn't quite the same as Max remembered, but there was no way that he could mistake that combat style. After all, he created it. Chapter 772. Persistent. Once Max recognized the style, he knew that there was no way that he was losing this battle. He had no idea where the Arisen had learned the technique or when, but it wasn't complete. It was a pale echo of the Million Blades style. Sure, the name was a bit chunny, but it had taken Max a million victories to master it, so he thought it was still a perfectly valid name for the style. Max charged forward into the slightly larger mecha, then withdrew his sword at the last instant and let the impact of his shield assist his thrusters in moving him in behind the War Walker, leaving its back open and letting his blades slide cleanly through to disable the unit. His heart was thundering in his ears. Could it be a coincidence? It was possible that a few moves were the same, which just happened to be used in the way he expected. No, it was more than that. Even the response was exactly what he had expected of a student of his own fighting style. Max took the fight to another of the largest War Walkers, and again the blade work was exactly what he expected, but this time the War Walkers seemed less surprised to see it coming back at them, and a furious battle ensued. Blades clashed, and energy weapons flared as the two mighty commanders went toe-to-toe. Max was just beginning to get the upper hand when suddenly the enemy War Walker fell silent, and the limbs gently drifted away before a red blade appeared through the front of its chest as Nico hacked it to pieces. The enemy is in full retreat. The Kaleska are fast learners. I think I might have to teach them how to really fight in close combat, but look at you go. I don't think I've seen that fighting style in this life. Did they really push you that far? Nico asked. No, they were using it, and it refreshed my memory. They're not doing it right, like they have forgotten parts of it and replaced it with less efficient movements, or perhaps whoever taught them didn't know all of the styles. That shouldn't be possible, though, right? You know where that style comes from, and it shouldn't exist, at least not here and now. Max replied. The now part is debatable, but here it might reasonably exist. There is no way to know, but we had to have lived somewhere before, right? What if it simply took time before we were cycled through to new lives? This could be close enough to where we were born last time that they know something about our history, however long ago that was. Nico suggested in return. That was reasonable. Even if it had been a few 100,000 years, the Alliance and the humans of their galaxy would have long since forgotten even the legends of their deeds, and if they were this far away, in a region of the universe that hadn't even been detected by Alliance scanners, then it would explain why nobody knew about their past. Max withdrew for a moment. Something about this retreat felt wrong. They're not retreating, they're changing directions, the attack on the station was a feint, they're going for the planet. He decided, then grabbed Shattered Pride and flashed to warp before appearing in front of the planet's defense line. Half a second later, the Arisen fleet dropped out of warp right in front of him, and Max smiled as he opened the channel to Nico. Welcome them to orbit, he directed, and Nico fired another of the warp-capable shells at the lead ship, a light cutter. Even with its shields up and prepared, it was not capable of stopping the impact, and the main shields collapsed under the impact. For a moment, the ship went dark. The War Walkers began to pour out of it while Max finished preparing an orbital lance to meet them. They linked together in a 3D pattern and combined their shields to survive the blast, which caught a large portion of the cutter in its radius, turning it to more dust in this crowded portion of the cosmos, but that bought enough time for the Kaleska to get into position for the attack. Max checked the area and found himself in a suitable position to fight a cluster of asteroids that had been relocated for industrial purposes. Nico, follow me, he instructed, then moved to take shelter behind the asteroids. They could take the majority of the return fire for them while the two human-made mecha fought at a range. The good cover was always hard to find, especially in a space battle, but Max never did, like taking enemy fire straight on. Thousands of rounds hit the metallic boulder, but with the thrusters of cleansing light, it didn't budge from its position, only lost some weight as the weapons burned and blasted away portions of the surface. Max darted out as soon as the orbital lance was recharged and put a dispersed blast into the enemy back lines, then began to pick off light units with his lasers while he fired lighter bursts with the disruptors. With dozens of lasers and the 6 disruptors, it was a brilliant fusillade of weapons fire from his location, covering for Nico, who was taking potshots at the ships as they arrived, trying to catch one at that magical moment right as they deactivated the warp field, but before the other shielding could come online. If she actually managed it, the result would be glorious. A 50-kilo shell impacting with a relative speed close to the speed of light would completely annihilate any solid object that it hit. Even when it failed, it caused huge drains on their shields, and the Kaleska fleet was quick to take advantage and focus on the most damaged, forcing many to retreat due to damages. Shockwave, Nico announced, just before the warning on cleansing light warned Max to get out of the way. One of the destroyer-sized ships had gone supercritical under the attacks of the Arisen fleet, and the shockwave and debris ring were rapidly approaching their location from the back. Moving up would avoid the worst of the explosion, but it would put them in a bad position relative to the Kaleska defenders, where the main lines would be between them and the Arisen army, so instead, Max just moved around the asteroid and continued to fire. He let the shockwave hit his cover and then carry both himself and Nico along for a ride while he used his thrusters to slow it. The final location put them mostly behind the fight, but he could work with that. Max fired the orbital lance at the engines of a heavily damaged cruiser and smirked as a second explosion rocked the battlefield. Eye for an eye, both sides had lost a major ship of the fleet in this battle. Max picked out another 6 targets for his disruptors and continued to fire as the second shockwave spread. The direction of the attack took the Arisen by surprise. They hadn't seen the mecha being carried along with the asteroid, and they weren't in a position to defend their ships. A Titan-class mecha in close combat range could cause massive amounts of damage to the far less maneuverable ships, but the War Walkers couldn't afford to move that much of their force around in the middle of the explosion's spread. Instead, they chose to retreat again and pick another spot to attack once they had regrouped. Chapter 773. What Kaleska like. With the battle over in their region for the moment, Max and Nico returned to their ship, where Yuri was waiting at the airlock to congratulate them on their performance. "You did a fine job, and that final transfer, to anticipate the arrival of the attack on the planet, was masterful. You saved a lot of lives today." He welcomed them once Max opened the door for him. "It's our pleasure. We have seen similar techniques before, and attacks that seem to be against a less important target are often a diversion for another offensive. It could have been one well outside of our position, but usually, it's only far enough to draw the local defense forces away. The Arisen is an interesting target. They seem to have an incredible variety of knowledge about the battle techniques, but we can't seem to find any information on where they might have originated." Max replied, "We wish that we knew. There was talk of an alliance to go look for their main base and take the fight to them, but after much searching, nothing was found. We can tell where they started their battles in the region, but there is no sign of a home world or any point of origin for the species. They just appeared and began attacking known species." Yuri replied with a scraping of his chitin plates that Max took as a sigh. "Why don't you have a seat, and we will have something to eat while we wait for the next call to battle. They won't stay gone for very long, so I hope that your people are on a proper rotation so that they don't get overworked and exhausted." Max suggested. "Yes, they are only on call every 3rd day, except in incidents like this, where the enemy got too close to the station. Mostly we try to send troops forward to deal with contested planets like Little Garden. It's a strange place, larger than an average star, but with gravity no higher than this station. There is an ongoing battle there between a half-dozen species and the Arisen that has been ongoing for nearly a year. They always need help, so we send whoever we can to fight and then rotate them out when they get worn down and have taken too many losses. We won't ask you to go there. At least not until there are more humans here to guard the anomaly. Your presence has become quite valuable to command, and they would hate to have to dedicate more troops to take the place of such competent allies." Nico smirked at his flattery. "You mean that we're exceedingly violent, and our presence is likely to dissuade the Arisen from testing this position as heavily as others, right?" "That's not how I would have phrased it, but I believe that you are right. None of our military leaders expected that you would challenge the gray ships like that. Their technology is incredible at stopping our weapons, but it seems that you have found a way to threaten them on the very first day." Yuri chuckled. "It's what humans do. Adapt, improvise and overcome. There are a lot of dangers in our home galaxy, and we really can't afford another one getting in, so we will do our best to keep them away from the anomaly. We weren't told the full details of the deal that you have made with our leaders, but from what I can tell, it's mostly to protect this region of space." Max agreed. "That's precisely what it is. They agreed to send a force that would help us defend the anomaly and take the stress off our forces. If they got through and proliferated without challenge on the other side, it would be a disaster for us." Yuri informed them. Nico brought over 3 plates of food and a pitcher of juice from the replicator, and the Kaleska commander stared at it with great interest. "I tried to match it to your species' cuisine as well as I could, based on the earlier meal. Hopefully, it is to your liking, and from what I can tell, it shouldn't be anything that your species finds toxic." The Kaleska scanned it with a handheld device and waited as the results came back, then nodded. It all appears to be safe to eat. The taste might be questionable, as our species are very different, but I am assured that it will not kill me. Now that was a level of trust that Max could appreciate. They all taste-tested Nico's custom-designed menu. Then Yuri looked at the juice with a hint of sadness in his thoughts. We have good rum as well, but we weren't sure how your species reacted to alcohol. Some species can't handle their drink, some don't notice it at all, and others find it to be toxic. She explained. I was just going to say that we don't usually drink unfermented juice after childhood. The Koleska laughed, and Nico brought a bottle of rum out of her flat space, then poured it half and half with the orange juice before passing the glass to the Koleska commander. That is my personal favorite. I do hope you like it. If you like a fizzy drink, I can do that as well. She added, then made a small pitcher of rum and cola from the replicator. Yuri sipped the drink with an impressed look, then stared at the black concoction in the jug Nico placed on the table. What is that? My scanner says that it is not only acidic, but corrosive, both sugary and alcoholic at the same time, but not in the same way as a juice. He poured a small glass of it, then gasped when the carbonated beverage hit his tongue and almost spit it out. It's an acquired taste, but the bubbles make the flavor interesting. Bubbly drinks. I like the bubbles, but this cola that the humans drink might be better suited as an industrial cleaner. Chapter 774. Tweak and tune. Once Yuri had left and the alert status had ended, Nico dragged Max into the repair bay to start upgrading their mecha for the situations that they were likely to face here in this new territory. First up, that orbital lance needs to fire more quickly in dispersed mode, or we need a way to increase the output of your defensive lasers to deal with masses of lighter war walkers. Then we need a better way of deploying the thrusters for mobility. They're not bad, but the input lag is still a bit high, and if we're going to be doing all our fighting in space, we want more stability for shooting. Your system talent is great, but it would be better if we didn't have to rely on it to adjust for the shaking of the mecha. Then a quick tweak of the shielding so that we don't take so much damage from those damnable heavy weapons, and I think we should be ready for the next mission. Nico decided. Oh, so nothing major then. Max quipped back, and Nico smiled. We will adjust the armor composition later. For the next battle, I think that the increased mobility will be more important. They both got to work, tweaking the mecha to Nico's specifications before Nico modified them to the best extent that she could, and then Max optimized them. That's an improvement on the thrusters. Now to work on the shields, and then we can start on the weapons. Nico congratulated him as she dove right back into her work. They really should have brought one of the Inu along. They could have worked on the upgrade plans while the two of them were fighting, and they wouldn't need to leave the ship unattended. The question was if he was ready to deal with those two hyper minds at once for the foreseeable future. Strangely, the idea didn't bother him all that much since he knew that it would come with distinct advantages that some random pilot for the ship wouldn't, so Max began to plan how he would bring it up to Nico without encouraging her to bring an entire team here to the ship, which would put even more lives at risk. The shield tweaking didn't take long since they were only optimizing it for the specific weapons that they had seen the Arisen army using, like creating a preset configuration in the system so that they could change back and forth from their default to the Arisen specific setting in an instant. It was the weapon modifications that would take some time. Nico had already put a lot of work into making them the very best that they could be, so trying to change things up now wouldn't be easy. 4 hours later, and after 16 rounds of refining and optimizing, Nico had managed to create a secondary power routing system that would allow the dispersed pattern to activate twice as fast at lower speeds, independently of the main activation circuit, which could still be charged at the same time. In theory, he could now attack with the 2 sets of 3 disruptors, in a wide pattern, nearly every second, with a combined orbital lance every 10 seconds, or independently firing each disruptor once a second for 6 shots a second in a condensed beam. It will have to do. I don't think that they are going to just hang around for us to blast them to pieces anymore, not after today's show. They seemed like the sort of enemy that adapts quickly, even if they don't advance quickly, so we will have to fight a lot of them up close in the future, where we can't hit as many with our weapons. Max reminded her. That's fine. The shields are optimized for that, and you will be able to take their hits more easily, so you should have the advantage over their command walkers again next time. Max gave her a pat on the head, then hopped into cleansing light to boot everything up and make sure that there were no issues with any of their most recent upgrades before he called it a night. Not that he was expecting anything with both him and Nico working on it, but you could never skip the debugging stage, especially with a combat unit that might have hidden damages. All good, everything checks out, Max informed her as he put cleansing light back into locked standby mode, waiting for him to return. Same here, everything is good, no more damages to report. Let's get some sleep before their risen return. I have high hopes for them after seeing that they know a bit about your combat style. I really want to know where they learned that, and I don't care how many of them I have to chop apart to find the answer. Nico replied with a smile. Max woke up the next morning to unusual silence. Nico was still next to him, and the ship didn't report any unusual activities, but there was a silence in his mind that he wasn't used to. There were far too few minds awake in the area, considering that they were attached to a space station. Max used Nico's skill to check the ship's logs, and found that only one large vessel had left the area, and they had received no messages about activation requests. It looked like they had sent a large part of their army to a secondary position, and what was left was a skeleton crew at the station, and whatever other ships were in the area. Hopefully that would be enough. Max dug into the logs, and tried to check on the levels of military forces in the area. There wasn't much data available, but it looked like all of the interceptor ships were still on standby, and fully equipped, so they wouldn't be short for a normal mission, only for an emergency full deployment like the last battle at the station. Once Yuri was up, he would ask the Kaleska commander about it and see if something had happened that didn't make it to any of the communications which he had intercepted. Chapter 775. Teaching Kaleska new tricks. An hour after Max noticed how many troops were missing compared